Thank you so much, Sterling, for the common censored raid. Much appreciated. Glad you guys are hanging out with me tonight. Welcome to the Dozer Den. We stream Mondays, Thursdays, and now Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. Central. Thank you, everyone who made the Saturday stream quite successful. We ended up getting up close to 85 people watching at one point. That was pretty damn solid. Had a dang good time. Had a dang good time. What's up, Trader Todd, JJR, Trish, lovely mod in the chat. Oh, we're here. We're here. Refresh. Refresh. Make sure things are going well. Uh, there we go. See Snarl Barky. Guess I should make sure that things are actually rolling like they should over on the Rumbles. Let's see. We will do a refresh. Bam. Can you see or hear me? Should have made sure, I guess, before I started rolling into my intro, huh? There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Took it a minute. Took it a minute. Thank you so much for the raid, Sterling. Welcome to the Dozer Den, everybody. If you have not followed the channel yet, I saw we actually had a follower pop up right as the stream started. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to the followers since the last stream on Saturday. And really quick, thank you everyone who joined me on the inaugural third stream of the week. We are going to be streaming Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. Central. I do believe that Saturday I'm going to probably take away one or two news topics because I did my kind of typical show and then I did the Dozer Den DJ hour, which ended up being about 2 hours, and I didn't stop streaming until almost 5 hours. So, while it was a great time and I enjoyed the hell out of it, it seemed like everyone else did too. That's a little late. It's a little late for me. I've got the divider I pulled out, little trifold going on there to hide the bed. Um, I pulled it out on Saturday because we were going pretty late. It was a little past 1 o'clock. It was almost 2 o'clock, I think, by the time we stopped. Yeah, would have been about 2 o'clock. Um, and Lady Dozer wanted to go to sleep, so I brought the trifold out and figured I'd try it today. See what you guys thought. What do you guys think? Do you like the trifold? Do you like the trifold? Is it a good thing to have? Should I let the bed shine in its excellence with all the stuffed animals, or is that a good addition? Let me know what you guys think. I might try with, without. We shall see. We shall see. But anyways, again, welcome to the Dozer Den, everyone. Glad you've joined me. If you haven't followed, which, by the way, Pullin' McGroin, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Also, we had TW Wright 98654. If you are a real person, thank you so much for the follow. And then Alex 0714. And then Shit Show 1 and L0001 followed me the other day. Lady Kate first as well. Thank you so much to the new followers of Bill Dozer 74. Thank you for being a supporter of the Dozer Den. And here's the thing, even if you do not want to contribute monetarily through Rumble Rants, Cash App, Venmo, or subscribing, or gifting subscriptions, that's also an option. If you don't want to do any of those things, that is perfectly fine with me. Do not ever put yourself out to contribute to a show. If you don't have the means, I don't want you putting yourselves out. But if you do have the means and you feel like spreading a little bit of cheer, still close to Christmas, well, that's always an option. Let's see, JJR, you should have requested the song that played on the radio while driving to work today. If you'll remember it for next Saturday. Sweet, sweet. All right, Donna. All right. Okay, looks less like the bedroom with the trifold. Solid, solid. What's up, Pullin' McGroin? Good to see you. Let me see. It's fine. What am I hiding? The bed. That and I'm thinking, if Lady Dozer wants to come up and go to sleep or something, it'll be there. So I think it'll work. Still got my deer. Still got my artwork in the background. it works. It works. Good to see you, Sanglant, Snarbarky. If I didn't call you out earlier, thanks for joining. Guys, do not forget. Don't you dare forget to smash that like button, everybody. It is quite necessary. And I get it. We get excited about that like button. We do. But if you have to hit it more than once, don't hit it twice, because if you hit it twice, it cancels out your like. And we don't want to do that. We want to be proud supporters of the Dozer Den. You must hit it thrice. That's right. Lean in real close to the like button. Make it know that you want to pound that like button. Get in real close. Whisper sweet nothings into its ear. Do it big, deep. And we don't want to be like that. That is Joe Biden. We do not want to be creepy Uncle Joe. No, it's not what we're doing here. But thank you guys so much for the support in whatever way you are able to support the Dozer Den. Reposting is an awesome way to share with your followers here on Rumble, if you think this show be worthy of doing such a thing. Guys, we are at, let me see. How many followers? 500 and I think 54 or 553, something like that. It's around that. We were up to 554, then we went down to 552. I think sometimes it's bots. I think that's what the issue is. But that's all right. You're being sarcastic. Shit. Oh, shit. All caps. Why are we yelling? Looks like, well, it's a method of disguise. Oh my goodness. It takes a lot of balls to do this. Hey, you know what, Paul McGroin? I appreciate that. I appreciate it. No, you're good. You can do caps if you need to. There was somebody that was somebody I kind of was messing with them about the all caps, and they said they're like, I'm really hard. I can't. I'm older and I can't see the type as well, so I have to keep it in all caps. And I'm like, well, now I feel like an asshole. But yeah, I was just like, no, if you got to do caps, you do caps. It's cool. I ain't mad at you. But I sincerely appreciate everybody who does take time out of their day, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time you choose to hang out here in the Dozer Den. Thank you so much for doing so. Great little community of killdozers we have here. It's good stuff. Good stuff. I was just talking. Saw you guys were mentioning shirts and stuff in the chat for that placeholder video where I broke out a big fat Sharpie for that awesome, super professional writing on that shirt of just the electoral and the popular vote for Trump's win, which I think it's updated. I think I would need to update it because I think the numbers fluctuated a little. But yeah, it. My wife actually, Lady Dozer, she actually has a t-shirt press, so we might actually think about making some merch. Hell, who knows? Might make some t-shirts or something. Maybe get an image of a dark Komatsu or something like that for when the Dark Dozer comes out, which I do need to update. Faulkner 351 or Faulkner Media. I haven't put them in the emotes, but there are a couple animated emotes, or at least one animated bulldozer, and then one that's dark. And I figured we can put that dark one in the general emotes selection for whenever I get a little bit spicy, a little bit serious about things. Like we might, oh, guys, the Dark Dozer may make an appearance tonight because we're going to be talking about some serious stuff at times. Not all the time, but some of the times. Oh my goodness. Guys, if you are new to the channel, typically, first of all, Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. Central. And we usually do about 3 to 4 news stories a night. And I try to do a bit of a palate cleanser at the end. We cover a lot of things in the world can be quite dark, quite serious, quite cumbersome to the mind and the soul. So I think adding a palate cleanser in there is a bit of a good idea. And tonight, our palate cleanser is actually going to be like a 17-minute video in honor of being the 51st episode of the Dozer Den. I figure something associated with Area 51. Why not? I have a clip from, let me see, the People's Voice channel on Rumble. Looks like it's worth a follow. Cool stuff. 17-minute interview with, didn't mean to play that, with an Area 51 insider about Project Bluebeam, fake alien invasion stuff. Um, it's from 3 weeks ago. Probably pretty relevant to the drone stuff. So yeah, why not? Why not? That'll probably be the thing that we end on tonight. The bonus. There's Castro. What's up, Jacob? Good to see you, man. Thank you so much, guys. Another thing that you can do. Good lord, can I speak this evening? Commenting in the comment section apparently helps increase the views on a channel. Not really sure how the algorithm works, but I usually throw something in there like a comment sacrifice to the algorithm gods. May they smile upon this channel. Maybe not as formal. Hey, what's up, Skunk? Good to see you. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. There seems like the big story really. It keeps getting fuel. The California wildfires. That's going to be our first topic. We're going to have some updates kind of on the wildfire stuff, but more so focused on the incoming aftermath. Focused on Newsum himself and the fact that he is quite scummy. He did something in an interview recently that reminded me so much of when Peter Strzok was on Capitol Hill being questioned about him and his lover working together to make sure Trump would never get elected or something like that. When he was getting questioned at one point on Capitol Hill, I'm gonna have to pull it up. The Peter Strzok wiggle. He's getting questioned. At one point, he literally wiggles in his seat and smiles, like grins, like a fucking demon, guys. I hate to be that guy right now, but looked like a little demon, an imp, an evil little imp of sorts. And in an interview today, I think, or maybe yesterday, Gavin Newsom, when talking about California 2.0 and, how they're going to be removing permits in certain aspects and the big plans they have for LA moving forward. Man, how freaking convenient is that? You already have all these big plans ready for when it happened, huh? How convenient. I'm so damn surprised. So damn surprised. It's almost like they knew something like this was going to happen relatively soon. Almost like they hell, had a bit of a heads up. I don't know. I don't know, guys, but it sure is sketchy. And parallels, when it parallels quite well with what happened in Lahaina, we have to. I'm not a coincidence theorist. I think I might need to get that on a shirt. I am not a coincidence theorist because there's very little room for coincidences. Coincidence I? No, coincidences. Yeah, that's the plural. I had it right, in my opinion, nowadays. Now, doesn't mean that there aren't happy coincidences, but that when it comes to big stuff like this with big power players, I think we have to be a little bit more skeptical. Guys, I am streaming to Rumble, X, Locals, and maybe YouTube. I think, yeah, I saw Trader John, isn't that? No, Trader Todd, earlier. So give me a moment here. Let me make sure that my audio is sounding good. There we go. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Lord, my voice sounds deeper tonight. What's up with that? What is up? Oh, I know what it might be. I actually took my nasal spray. How about you? How about you? Cheddar Steve! Good to see you, man. I do believe I saw somebody else. Tulip McGroin, my favorite type of groin. Tulips. Oh, yes, indeed. But yeah, we're going to be talking about Newsum for the first bit of the show. Got some clips. Got something from the Frog Prophet himself, Alex Jones. So we're going to play through that. We'll do a little bit of reaction. Then we're going to roll into the next topic. It flows quite well. Illegals and blowtorches. Because why the fuck not, right? Why not? Climate change, you say? Nay. It appears that there may, in fact, be another cause. illegal with a blowtorch. Some good citizens corrected this individual. They got a hold of him, and then they had to let him go, kind of, because they said they didn't have probable cause or not enough evidence or something like that. He had a fucking blowtorch and was coming from a fire. What other? What more do you fucking need? I mean, it. Yeah, I guess it could be circumstantial, but I mean, the correlation coefficient there is high enough that I think we can probably safely assume that that's the fucker that started a fire if he has a blowtorch, right? Right? But he's an illegal alien, and in California, they are treated just a little bit better than Americans, guys. If that was an American, if that was a straight white male, oh shit, he would already be in prison. It would already be there. Wouldn't even be a thought. Wouldn't even be a thought. I guess ICE has a detainer on him, and there's questions as to whether or not they're going to be able to keep that going. That was the last I checked. It might have changed since then. They might have had to actually release the guy. Hooray! Good job, California. Round of applause for you retards. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Guys, real quick, I'm going to check on X to make sure that my stream is actually working, because sadly, on Saturday, guys, it was so sad. It was so sad. My stream did not work on X. It is working right now, though. Hell yes. Hell yes, everybody. Hello to everybody over there on X land. Good to see you. This is the Extreme. I'm not going to call it an X video because people might get a little bit confused about that, guys. I think Extreme is the right thing to call it. Elon Musk, start calling them X streams if you haven't already. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Oh man, I've missed the chat. My apologies, y'all. My apologies. If you saw that guy in your neighborhood, we'd call the authorities and make sure our government protected. Yes, Cheddar Steve. Yes, Cheddar Steve. Exactly. You're a good boy. Yeah, yeah. I think there's good on good on the folks in California. I hope that actually got him corralled and then detained until authorities could get there. But I'm surprised they didn't get arrested. I'm surprised. It could have been a very similar to a Daniel Penny situation. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Castro, I agree. I hate California. Well, I hate the government of California. California itself seems like a lovely place. I actually been to California once when I was probably 5. I remember seeing the redwoods, and I remember seeing horny toads, or those horned lizards, running around. And we were like on a cliff right by like the ocean, and we saw these little horny toads running around. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I don't think they were the ones that spit blood out their eyes. That's in another place, I think. Regardless, it was a cool time. It was a cool time. You just love to surf? Sweet. Oh my gosh, you're in LA. Holy shit, Cheddar Steve, are you okay? Like seriously, man. What's like is your like is everyone like your family okay? House okay? Pets okay? All that good stuff, man. That's crazy, dude. Oh damn. Castro from LA and Orange County. Crazy stuff, man. Let me go ahead and share this out on the good old X to the people. Get it out there. And being as it is Thomas Massey's birthday, happy birthday, Chad Massey. You mad lad, you. Respecting the Constitution at every turn, regardless of pressure, even from the Orange Man. Because sometimes, guys, guess what? Guess what, guys? You can be fans of Thomas Massey and you can be fans of Donald Trump and recognize that sometimes you would disagree with both of them. Or agree with one and disagree with the other one. And oh my God, look at that. It's not a gang. It's not a gang mentality, guys. It's amazing. You can have nuance. Ha. Shocking, I know. But it's a thing. All right. If I keep talking, I won't actually do it live in the Dozer Den. But we are probably going to watch a little bit more of the video, the little short documentary of the Massey homestead, I think we made it 10 minutes in, so we'll do another 5 minutes probably towards the end of the stream, maybe before the we might do the Massey minute before the Area 51 thing because like I said, 51 streams. Might as well go ahead and do a Area 51 themed kinda, at least with the insider. I actually haven't watched it yet. I'll be watching and reacting right alongside y'all. So, and actually, a lot of the times that's what I do. This is usually my genuine reaction to things. I haven't like necessarily pre-watched, although sometimes I do. But like that David Martin, Dr. David Martin interview, where it was like 2 hours or an hour and a half, something like that, of just all the COVID stuff that you could ever need, like all of the information you could ever need. Your tinfoil hat grows exponentially the longer you listen to that interview. So I think I have that in the title. But what's up, Dirt Gently? What's up, Entropy Nomad? Slapping the peach. You gotta get a little whack, whack. Slap that peach. That is one of the emotes, guys. One of the emotes that you get if you become a subscriber to Bulldozer74. Be one of the elite killdozers here in the Dozer Den. Get access to subscriber-only emotes. Have your name lit up in the most beautiful shade of MAGA red. You will stick out like a sore thumb, not infected with some sort of disease, but infected with patriotism. Glorious, glorious red hue. Indeed. Indeed. What's up, Jurgen McGroin? There you go, Skunk. There you go. Skunk knows. Skunk knows. Oh, man. Glad you guys are having a good time. Glad you all are having a great time. Oh, my goodness. Entropy Nomad. I just looked. Gifted a subscription. Thank you so much, Entropy Nomad. Let's see who got it. Who got it? Snarl Barky! Look at you. You can do the emotes. You're gonna have to update. You're gonna have to refresh probably to be able to do it. But those are there for you now. Guys, you know what's crazy? I don't technically my own little channel on Rumble doesn't have a subscription. I don't subscribe to myself. So I can't access. At least I don't know how yet. I guess maybe there's a way to figure it out. You would think that since I'm the user, I'd be able to go in there and put some emotes, select from the emotes, but I wasn't able to from the app. That's probably the problem. I was on the app. I like the app for the most part, although it is a little bit quirky at times. It is a bit quirky. Dang it, is Kissinger even in this thing? I don't know. It's a good question. That is a good question. There's a rash going around. It's an excellent rash. It's patriotic, a very patriotic rash, guys, here on Rumble. It's a good one. It's a good one. App is unusable for me. It sucks. It's gotten better. I mean, it's better for me. The only thing that I don't like is when I'm typing in something, it might cut off the last part of my sentence, and then it will pop up when it moves back down to the next line. Other than that, I mean, I've had a pretty decent go. It gets the buffer happens sometimes with some channels it doesn't, though. It's weird. I think it was Donna was talking about having some issues with not being able to start the stream very effectively, and I do apologize for that, Donna, if you are able to actually watch. What's up, Americans First? Good to see you. You go back and forth on your phone. Hell yeah. Oh, I need to pin that to the top over there. In just a moment. Oh my. But yeah, guys, we're going to talk about that illegal. Oh, by the way, if you haven't followed me on X at Bulldozer74__, we are at 3,094 followers over there on the good old X machine. 6 more followers, guys. That's all it takes to get me to 3,100, and we are slowly creeping our way towards 5,000. Eventually, one day, I will be monetized on X. I can't quite break 3 million impressions in 3 months, though. I've done 3 million. It was a little over 3 million. Usually I hover around 2.5. Not really sure what I need to do to increase that, but I don't want to just come across as fake and like just be robotic with my posts and stuff like that. There's an equation that you can kind of like there's a method, but it's like I'm also just doing what I like to do, and I'm sharing out things that I find interesting, and hopefully the people over there following me on X enjoy the things that I'm sharing. So, Skunk, I didn't follow you back. I'm sorry. Who are you there, Skunk? Let me know. Oh, I will never forget you guys. Seriously doubt that I will ever make it big time. If it happens, that would be cool. I wouldn't complain. I would not complain, Castro. Seem to be having a good time, and if you guys are having a good time, I am too. So that's the point, guys. We infotain here. Provide a little bit of information, a little bit of entertainment at the same time. We can cover some dark stuff. Hopefully. Skunk, you don't remember your name on X? uh, I try to follow people back. The thing is, though, here's one of the things, though. If you follow me and I don't follow you back, either it's because I forgot or you didn't have anything on your page. If you didn't have anything on your page, I'm probably not going to follow you. There you go, Castro. A little bit of Italian. Just a little bit. Well, Bill, remember us? No, it says, oh, Will Bill. I am on locals as well, thedozerden.locals.com. That link is in the description. The Discord link should be in the description as well. Check out the Discord. We've had some snowman stuff. We've had some fun with the kids that I posted over there. Saw Sabaticus and who else was having a really good back and forth last night over there in general. So good conversation. Good conversation. Word up to infotainment. Word up, not ward up. What is this, prison? No. Word up to infotainment. Hell yeah. I'm gonna try to get the last stream, that marathon stream that went nearly 5 hours on Saturday. I'm gonna try to get that back up. There are copyright violations because I played music videos, and I tried to stop. And guys, when I do the Dozer Den DJ hour, I hope that you aren't annoyed by me stopping the videos and commenting because I'm trying to get around the whole copyright strike stuff. Because if you're providing commentary on artistry, first of all, you're not breaking any laws, from what I understand. If you're actually providing some commentary that maybe adds to it, you're talking about the settings, how they're melding together different sounds and things like that. Reactions, right? That's kind of, if you do a little bit of a reaction, I think that should keep you from getting a strike on CommuTube. But it is what it is. Oh, CW. That's right, C-Dubs. Sorry, man. It was CW and Sabaticus. You guys had a good conversation going there. Forgot which one to use a plumber, but hell yeah for working the trades. Hell yeah for working the trades. I am not a plumber, but I do have a plumber's crack most of the time if I'm not careful. I used to work when it comes to sagging. I never quite understood that, and I would always respond to those who enjoyed sagging, which is just letting your pants hang off of your butt. Guys, if I'm doing that, it's not intentional and I'm embarrassed. Why the hell are you choosing to do so? Yeah. But I need to get some suspenders. Yep. It was late. It was late last night. Shy Skunk 71. Well, let me find you real quick and give you a follow back then. Let me find you. See, I pay attention. Silence. And it's the sound of silence. Bam. Did I find you? There it is. There. I followed you back. You're welcome. Oh, is Purple Haze here? What's up, Purple Haze? Smoking Rose. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining this episode of the Dozer Den. Guys, for the Saturday streams, I did not expect it to go so long. But I think my problem was that I chose to do my typical show for the most part, and then I did the Dozer Den DJ hour. The Dozer Den DJ hour took about 2 hours because you guys put out requests. And, if you want to make sure, this is what I'm going to be, saying. If you want to make sure during the Dozer Den DJ hour, if you want to make absolutely sure that I see your request, well, just adding a little rumble rant to that. lights it up in the chat and adds it to the donation section in studio so that I do not lose track of it. It'll keep it in the history for at least I think 2 hours in the donations so that I can scroll back up through if I do end up missing it. But I tried to catch every link that I could and throw it over there. Excuse me, throw it over there into the tabs of my other window. But I think I got everybody taken care of last stream. So to those who were participating in that, thank you so much. It was a heck of a time. Got a little bit deep towards the end there. We got a little bit deep towards the end there. Not gonna lie, had some really heavy conversations that kind of came up last. Someone someone rumble ranted right at the end. Dozer's choice. And I'm like, all right, we're gonna do one, and we did a Falling in Reverse's version of Last Resort. If you haven't watched that music video, it is exceptional, and also the Last Resort. It's Last Resort reimagined. Um, Really, really good version of the song. Really powerful. If you've listened to Papa Roach, Last Resort, angsty teen, angry. When Ronnie does it, or Falling in Reverse, but it's mostly Ronnie with those reimagined ones. When he does it, it's like the song grew up with us, like it matured as far as the emotions. Um, Thinking about the emotions of the song. So really, really good. It was good stuff. Yeah, C-dubs. Work can suck sometimes, man. Work can suck. Purple Haze Smoking Rose. Bouncing around in chats on Tiggertail, saying hi and supporting all. To my brothers and sisters in arms, stay safe, healthy, warm, strong, and blessed. Have a wonderful year and journey ahead. Guys, do not forget to smash that like button. In the old days of Rumble, the like button used to be a plus sign. It was affectionately referred to as the plussy. That's Plussy. You could pound the plussy, smash the plussy, wreck the plussy. Somebody, Wendy, I believe, gutter mind, talking about fingering the plussy. Goodness gracious, get your mind's out of the gutter. It's not that type of show. We talk about stuff and things here. Stuff and things. All right? It's not that type of show. Not that type of show. Very sophisticated, very professional. That's what we're about here, guys. That's what we're about here. I will actually be I'm going to be joining Melissa Dawn, Gen X. I'm blanking on the name of her Rumble channel and her good lord. Give me a second here. Melissa Dawn, Gen X News on X, and then I think it's Gen X News on Gen X News on Rumble. I will be joining her at 7 p.m. Central, I believe. I'm pretty sure. We need to make sure. I'll be joining her for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. That's what her shows typically go. And I think we're going to be talking specifically about the corruption with Gavin Newsum and the leaders, quote unquote leaders, politicians, government officials in California. That's one of the topics that we'll probably go pretty hard on. But oh god, we'll go into in depth. There we go. Dear Lord. Wendy pushed y'all here. Well, thank you very much for that, Wendy, also known as the Glamazon, as she coined herself. One of those days. It's just one of those days. I think that was in Common Censored chat? Again, thank you, Sterling, for the raid. Great community over there. The Common Censored crew, the Info Infantry. Pairs well with the Dozer Den. Quite well. Well, let's see. You don't like the trifold. It's changed. Okay. So that's one person that doesn't like the trifold. I saw other people say that they did like the trifold. I can go either way with it. Honestly, I'm probably just going to use it when I need it. Because right now, Lady Dozer's not even back yet. She will be soon. But, yeah, I was just figuring that I would, good lord. I thought I was going to make $4,000 and I ended up getting only 1,000. Oh, shoot. That's rough. Damn, man. That sucks. Work sucks, dude. Well, I mean, if you get a refund, but I think you said you're pretty much self-employed, so you're probably not. I don't know if you'll be white trash rich in March, but if you are, may March come quickly for you. You would think with some of the plumbing stuff, depending on your location, maybe in the winter, some of the winterizing maybe would be a big pull for business. I don't know. Well, I'll be praying for you, C Dubs. Hope it comes out well in the end. So, you think I should have two trifolds? Kind of gives me a studio look. Yeah, but if I take two, like I thought about maybe another trifold like over there, hiding the dresser, because I don't want to do like I don't want to block out. I mean, I like my artwork in the background. I like the deer showing and the bass showing, but we'll see. We'll see. What is white trash rich in March? Oh, that's when you get a tax refund. When you have kids, you usually get a tax refund. And when you don't make a ton of money, you usually get a little bit back. Which is not I would much rather. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. I would much rather not have to get money back at the end of the year. I'd rather just have the money left in my paycheck so that I could use it throughout the year for whatever the hell I need, like bills, right? Isn't that a novel idea? That's a very novel idea, isn't it? But yes, that's what I call white trash rich. In other communities, it might be referred to as something else. When I was first met with that term, when I worked around I was the minority in this workplace, and I was introduced to that term, and I was like, "Well, I can't say I'm that, not because I can't say the word, because I could if I wanted to, but I said, well, I guess you'd call mine white trash rich then, huh?" That's when you see a lot of 4x4s and or not well, yeah, you see a lot of four wheelers and side by sides and redneck spinning going on. Oh man, you owed $18 last year. I owed to the state a couple years ago until I adjusted my withdrawal amount. I adjusted it, and then they ended up paying me back the next year. I also had another kid, so that probably helped. But just don't overpay. Yep. Taxation is theft. Simple as that. You like the artwork. Dang right. That's good stuff. That's from Padding. Just a moment. It's Padding's Paint. Oh damn! Did I lose it? Poddigs. Poddigs paintings or paints. Um, on Instagram, I believe. Poddigs, and then paints or paintings on Instagram. I think he's more active there, but he is on Facebook as well. He is a local, an artist that ends up at the local anime con every year. And for the past 3 years, I've bought a piece from him. I bought that Goku piece right there. Um, and then the next one was the Bleach one, Ichigo Holification Mask, and then this one was last year from My Hero Academia. Guys, I am a bit of a geek at times, a little bit of a weeb, one might say. I only have a Shinron tattoo on my arm. Eh? Eh? Just a little bit of a fan of anime. So yeah, so yeah. Taxes are illegal. No one should have to pay taxes. Technically, the IRS does not have jurisdiction over you unless you do business outside of this country. But try to fight that. Try to fight the beast, right? Very unlikely that you'll win. There is a really good discussion. I think it was a redacted. Yeah, it was on redacted. There was a really good interview with a guy who actually did beat the IRS, and he actually used to work. He was one of the enforcers with the IRS, and yeah, he eventually, it took years, but he was eventually able to pretty much make the case. Hey, I do not owe you guys anything, and you do not have jurisdiction over me. And he felt bad because he's like, I swore an oath to the Constitution. I'm breaking that oath every time I go and try to enforce past due tax debts. So good guy. Sucks that he was ignorant of it until he did a bunch of reading, which that's how he had to do it. He literally had to go out and break out the big books, rent them from a library and read through them. But yeah, yep. And some people that are bootlickers will try to say, give to Caesar what is due to Caesar. I think you could interpret that in a lot of different ways. So usually when people try to use scripture to further the state, I tend to be a little skeptical of their intention, or at least their understanding, maybe. That's just me. That's just me. There you go. Agreed. Thefty theft. Quite thefty. Topics, guys, though. Topics. After we get done talking about the illegal with the blowtorch, we are then going to discuss a topic that we didn't get to a few episodes ago because we got a little distracted. We squirreled hard. Ran out of time. Ran out of time. But we are going to talk about the UK grape gangs. Um, there's literally evidence that, like I've said before, the powers that be in the UK have covered up, hidden, excused the actions of a particular invading force because they don't want to appear xenophobic or racist. And again, guys, it's not about the melanin in your skin, but it is about your culture. And not all cultures are equal. And if you have a culture that thinks it's okay and it's acceptable to take advantage of young girls just because they happen to be females, then you need to go. Go back to your own little sandy place or your own place that happens to have 60% of the individuals there in that country believe that it's okay to just take poops in the open. It's like California. But it's not. And yeah, you can't mix those. You can't. It's like oil and water. Doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it is evident. But the UK Parliament, they don't want to investigate it, guys. They don't want to investigate it because, there's we got some interesting information on some of these individuals in the Parliament who have done things with kids. Guys, if you were watching Common Censored earlier, he went through what scaphism was, and I've talked about it here on the stream. Scaphism, aka the boats, an ancient form of Persian torture / execution, where you have two boats and there are holes cut for the wrists, the ankles, the head, and the boats are turned to face the sun, so there is a constant burning of the sun. Sunburn, some might say. And the body is covered in milk and honey, and you are fed to be kept. So the processes keep continuing, and you are naked. Very important. You're naked, and then the bugs. It's usually in the summer when this happens, and or it's warm anyways. Which I guess Persian it'd be probably warm, but yeah, the bugs do the work. It's slow. It's gruesome, horrifying. But for those who would hurt children, those who would perform such heinous acts on somebody else's autonomy, even if they're not a child, I think scaphism, guys. We need to make scaphism great again. And I think maybe if we have a little bit of a consequence like that, maybe it would help. Maybe it would help. But our justice system has this thing called the Eighth Amendment about cruel and unusual punishments, and for some reason, that still applies to pedophiles. I don't think it should. I don't. I think once you do that, you lose constitutional rights. You're done. If it's absolutely, now that's the caveat, has to be absolutely incontrovertible evidence, truth that you did that thing to a child or a person who couldn't defend themselves, then yes, that is the answer. There you go. There you go. That's how I feel about it. Oh, good Lord. Skunk. Pulling your conservative, but see the libertarian in me. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm conservative on some things, and I'm actually quite liberal on other things. I would be a good mix. I am neither red nor blue necessarily, although I lean red. I am a shade of purple, one might say. Independent / libertarian is what I call myself because I'm not a lolbertarian. I can't do that. But I can't do that. No, I can't. ANCAP tendencies as well, but it just depends. But oh no, who will build the roads? We had roads before taxes, guys. It happened. You'd have, and if without taxes, you'd only have one or two guys there doing the job instead of 5 or 6 when you have, one or two guys actually with a shovel and then 5 or 6 they're just sitting around talking. Just saying. I'm just saying. Throwing shade at the road crews. You were on a long distance call while Sterling was live. Got to try to catch his show more. Polar vortex is wearing me out. Shovel and plow is all I'm getting done. Well, man, The snow is pretty much melted here. My snowman, the snowman fell over. He held on for a good long while. Guys, there is a progression in the Discord of the snowman. I might post all of them. But if you scroll up through the conversation, he was leaning pretty damn good yesterday. He is. It was very similar to the scene in the Matrix where Neo was dodging the bullets, doing the whole the wavy thing, bullets whizzing past him. That's what the snowman was doing. It was a very well built snowman, solid construction. But all the coal fell out, his carrot fell out, and he was leaning back like this. Finally fell over, I guess, last night or this morning. So, all right. What are we going to talk about for the fourth one? Oh, fourth topic of the evening. The sun is angry. The sun is very, very angry, guys. And it's going to be throwing, well, not shade. It'll be throwing extra shine at us because there is a coronal hole. A coronal hole that could be accelerating solar winds and geomagnetic storms. There may be interferences with your electronic devices. Signal may be crappy there for a little bit. It's going to be a good time. So we're going to watch a little bit of we're going to read through. We have a little bit of an article to read about coronal holes and I guess coronal mass ejections. Somebody was suggesting that the part of that could be biblical with the holes in the sun. And when I think hole in the sun, I just think, black hole sun. But we might have to play that. Copyright strikes, though. Gay tube. Oh, man. Single digits there. It got up to like 40, I think, today here. But then it's getting colder now because it's dipping back down, the jet stream. So it's going to be getting quite chilly. Neurodivergent one coming in. Smash that thumbs up, peeps. Do it. Smash it. Show the thumbs up who's boss. And give it a good pat on the head, Sometimes you gotta do that. You gotta take care of it. Oh man. So we already had 120 views over there on the good old X. Alright, let me check. Gotta check real quick, see how you guys are doing on that thumbs up. Stop it. I didn't want to listen to that. Do a little bit of a refresh. Trader Todd, your audio is cutting in and out on my end here on YouTube. Well, some bitch. Is my audio sounding good on Rumble, guys? Let me know in the chat. Is YouTube screwing with me? Not okay, YouTube. Not okay. 32 likes. Well done, Killdozers. You've united to give a pretty damn solid like ratio. So I like to see. We could do better, and we will do better as the show goes on, because as it cooks, it tends to increase in quality. Indeed. Like a pot roast in a slow cooker. Gets better and better as it goes. Till I get too tired. Then I might start stumbling over my words, forgetting things, squirreling hard. But the squirreling, actually, I think might add to the quality of the show sometimes. Just saying. I'm just saying. But yes. Let us delve in to the first topic. But before we do, guys, I also, good lord, I also have a True Social account, and let's go ahead and give a nod to the first sponsor of the evening. Thanks to Rumble for the Rumble Ad Center for letting small-time creators like myself be able to make a little bit of change. This thing's going to be worth 70 cents or something. Rolling in the big bucks, guys. Guys, if you're looking for a great place online for news, discussion, and entertainment, well, check out Truth Social, Donald Trump's social media website. You'll get breaking news stories and commentary from top media figures. If you want to see Trump's legendary Truth Social posts, then get on Truth Social today. Join a growing community of patriots on a free speech platform designed to avoid censorship and cancellation by big tech. Make your voice heard. Go ahead and join the movement today. Join Truth Social. And follow me over there on Truth Social. Billdozer74 there as well. I am also on Gab, Billdozer74 there. And like I said, we are creeping up on 3,100 followers over there on the X machine. Last I saw, it was 3,094. Still 3,094. Apparently, everybody has done their part here. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, guys, for putting up with those live ad reads. Hopefully, I make them at least a little bit interesting. A little bit interesting. Ah, yes. And there is a locals. There is a locals. The Dozer Den. .locals.com. I need to be a little bit more active there. And I say that all the time. I do. I'll post some pictures later tonight. There is a Discord as well, and that should be an up-to-date link. I just put it in there from a few hours ago, so hopefully it's not broken yet. If you guys use the hell out of it, it might break. And as I've stated before, Rumble rants are an option. Subscriptions to the channel, you get some extra perks with that. Those awesome emotes. The beautiful shade of MAGA red. And I thought they were going to talk about maybe doing no ads for people, even if you subscribe to a channel, maybe no ads on the channel. But from what I understand, I haven't seen that come to fruition yet. So I don't want to lie to you and say you do. And then there is always this option as well. If neither one of those work for you, well, there is a Venmo and a Cash App. If you want to donate directly to the Dozer Den, help the Dozer Den grow to welcome in more Killdozers, or Komatsus to the Killdozer army. Metaphorical army for now. And it will always be so. Fed boys are assholes. But yes, let's get into the first topic. Scummy Newsum. He's not the best. First thing on deck that I wanted to play here, an excellent. This has nothing to do with the fires. This is from back in the day. I can't remember when exactly this was, but this was Adam Carolla. Oh, it's got the date right in front of me. March 1st, all the way back in 2013, Adam Carolla was being a freaking Chad and taking it to Gavin Newsum. And it's just wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see. So let's just do a brief little watch of this excellent confrontation. Polite, professional confrontation of someone demonstrating the soft bigotry of low expectations. They call it soft bigotry, but it's just fucking bigotry. Expecting people who happen to be a little bit more melanated to not be able to actually do things that everybody else in society can do. Like get a fucking driver's license, go to an ATM, use a computer. Kathy Hochul. They don't know how to use the internet. It's insulting as fuck to anybody who is of a little bit more melanated status. So here's a great interaction worth watching.
Half of African Americans in the state of California, roughly half of Latino families, have no access to a checking account or an ATM. Things we take for granted. They don't have a checking account.
What's wrong with them?
And well, because they don't have the resources to sock those things away.
Why do we have them?
A lot of different reasons, but roughly half those families don't.
Why do Armenians have them?
But where they end up is in check cashing places.
But I want to know why those two groups don't have access.
Well, a lot of it just happens to be that we can talk about.
Flawed?
This. No, they're hardly flawed, but they're struggling.
Genetically
Folks are making their word. Hardly, not absolutely.
But okay, do Asians have this problem?
I mean, a lot of communities have. A lot of whites have these problems.
Oh, so that's not just black and Hispanic.
No, but
why did you bring up black and Hispanic?
Because the magnitude is ominous.
But why so many of them?
It just happens to be the
magnitude. That's the way God planned it?
Not at all.
Well, what happened to them?
There are a lot of issues, and that the communities are struggling. A lot
why
of new
are they
immigrants.
Struggling?
A lot of different reasons. Lack of
opportunity.
Have been
here. Blacks have been here longer than we've been here.
Well, we can surmise.
What about Asians? They were put in internment camps.
Yeah, in fact, it all initiated out of San Francisco. And the Chinese Exclusion Act came out.
So
are they the
San Francisco. Are they the check
a lot of Asians certainly do.
So why don't you conclude them?
The only reason why is the magnitude.
There's
the problem,
so many more.
The magnitude and percentage.
But there's no way to figure out how that happened.
We could talk about. You know what I'm dealing with? I don't want to have a sociological debate.
Sure,
why
would you?
No, here's why.
Why would you want to do that? Because the person from the Times wouldn't write good things about you if you did that.
No, that's not the case. Because I want
to
deal
with
reality.
That.
No.
You want to deal with reality.
I want to deal with the reality of people that are struggling. People are suffering. I want to deal with the problems in
Why
a pragmatic
are they
way.
struggling?
I don't want an idea. We can hold hands and surmise about all these underlying reasons.
I don't want to do that. I want to know why they're struggling. Why are they struggling?
A lot of folks are struggling because they can't find jobs.
Why blacks and
because
Hispanics?
They're working.
Why blacks and Hispanics?
Across the board, all socioeconomic.
Okay, so everybody's
struggling.
So Asians are suffering just as much as blacks.
The face of welfare is not an African American family.
It's Asian, Jewish, it's all of them.
Caucasian. It's a lot of folks
we're all
in society. A lot of folks are struggling.
Okay.
Yeah, that was an excellent confrontation of the soft bigotry of low expectations. He went to say that blacks and Hispanics have trouble cashing checks or getting to an ATM. And that set Adam off, and Adam fucking chef's kiss. Excellent job on pinning that shit down and confronting it and making him squirm. He was squirming hard. Adam was not having any of that crap. Let's see, Bold Brian is the other guy there, and then Allison Rosen. Huh. I haven't heard anything about them since 11 years ago. That's an 11-year-old clip. 11.
Half of African Americans in the state of California.
Stop. Did not ask you to keep playing. Dang it. But yeah, there's a good start to the scumminess, but you had a great takedown with Adam Carolla there. We had, let me see here. What I had. Here it is. This clip here. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to find the Peter Strzok clip where he's wiggling when he's being questioned on Capitol Hill about the whole him and his lover, I forgot her name, their attempt to thwart anything Trumpy, pretty much. Let's look at this one. Give it a look. What is this, guys? Like my instinctual response is this is just there's something off about this man.
We're dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators.
The fuck was that? Talking to the guy down in Hawaii about land use stuff. He is literally dancing with joy at the thought of taking this land from the people that had it to make use, do what he wants with it.
Down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in, buying up properties, and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting those in a matter of days, not just weeks. We're dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators.
Literally wiggle dancing at the prospect of what they're going to do to make Los Angeles 2.0. What the fuck was that, guys? What on earth? Sometimes you just got to dance. You think he was just dancing through it? He was dancing through the topic. It's a charitable one there. Charitable one. I don't know what that was, y'all. I don't know what that was. What's up, Chris DL? Good to see you. Thank you guys so much. Salty Maga Matt, if I didn't say hi, thank you so much for joining the stream tonight. Guys, do not forget to smash the like button. Share the show out to all your friends and family, even an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend or Z's or Zem friend, whatever. I'm not judging. Repost if you have that option. Pill the older Newsum clip about homeless. You might have to throw out a link. Throw out a link there in chat, C-dubs. Because I am blanking right now on that. Real quick. This one isn't even right, guys. This one isn't even right. What's up, Russ Guyton? You missed me on therapy range. Well, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to get over there. I haven't been over there in a while. I need to get back on there. Paul's a good dude. I like talking to him. We had a good conversation last time I was on. Good stuff. Good stuff. We got a little bit deep here and there. Something was vibrating inside. Neurodivergent one. No. Think he was wiggling because of the vibrations? No. No, sir. Oh, goodness. Here's a really, really important one. A really important one, guys, that we really, really have to take some time to pay attention to this clip. It's not right. It's not right. It says to Los Angeles from North Carolina. That ain't right, guys. If you laughed at that, you should be ashamed of yourself. And I laughed at that, and I am ashamed of myself. It happened. It happened. There was that guy. Here's another one. Let's pull this guy up. Talking about sweeping plans to rebuild Los Angeles, dubbing it LA 2.0 under a Marshall Plan. Inspired initiative that signals major changes for the city. Smart LA coming up, guys. You won't ever have to leave. Eventually, you won't even be allowed to leave.
With all of that and all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan? Tell us about this Marshall Plan.
We're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still...
And Marshall, it's not like martial law. It's Marshall, Marshall, named after somebody. I don't quite know who the hell it was. Somebody with the last name Marshall, I guess. Or maybe first name. Different Marshall. Not Martial. Although, God, that's a perfect time to... That son of a bitch is evil. He looks so much like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, doesn't he? Doesn't he, guys?
These fires. So we're already talking to city leaders. We're already talking to civic leaders. We're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits. We're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can...
I thought they had like one of the biggest economies in the world, though, guys. I thought that, oh God, another. Oh, someone should meme that. Someone should meme that. Good Lord. Maybe if you could find that video without this here, that would be a meme. Just thinking about all the things I can do with the land that I'm going to steal. Mwah, mwah. It's mine.
Galvanize the community.
My precious.
Community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale, we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency, like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient.
Yeah. There's that. That is... No. Shh. Silence. Silence, crazy man. Let me see. I know I had... Was that the clip that I was wanting to play for this? I thought I had another clip that I was going to play from Alex Jones about this, but I guess not. Let me see. Here's a fun one. We're talking about, someone said Newsum, a traitor Todd. You said Newsum is toast and so is Bass. Well, speaking of Bass, we have a very important press conference from her. This is very absolutely her speaking. There's no dubbing at all.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop. Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for
that. You weren't even there, Bass. You weren't even there. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We got a clip from Freedom Tunes. Seamus Coughlin, Potato Man. Worth following. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Let's check this out.
Grabbing Gavin Newsum here to announce California is running our going out of business sale. That's right, after 173 years, California is closing our doors. But don't fret, we're passing the savings on to you! That flat screen that used to cost $700, now free! This laptop with a 2 terabyte hard drive and 32 gigs of RAM, an $800 value, now yours free! This $900 13-speed mountain bike, free! In fact, everything in every store that costs less than $950 is completely, entirely, 100% free! Androids, iPhones, vacuum cleaners, blenders, can you fit it in your arms? You can carry it out! Our prices are so insane, he's gonna go out of business! Why are you doing this to me? This is my life! Don't you understand that this store is my life? I have nothing else! I have nothing else! My wife is gonna leave me! How am I gonna feed my children? With prices like these, it's no wonder our state is going out of business. But it doesn't end there. This $1 billion Hilton Hotel, free to anyone who wants to move in. This abandoned storefront at the mall, $0 and it's yours. This studio apartment in the ghetto that has a homeless guy sitting outside of it, $12,000 a month. That's gonna be $12,000 a month. We can't budge on that price. That's the best I can do for you. I'm sorry. Your car parked outside of the apartment, free to anyone who can break in. So come on down to Grabbin' Gavin's crazy California fire sale. Hurry on over.
They'll literally, in some areas, tell the people to just leave your car unlocked. That way, that the windows don't get broken. Just leave it unlocked, so that they can go in there and see if there's nothing, because you've taken everything that's of value out of your vehicle. Yeah. Anarcho tyranny is not okay.
Prices like this, we're not gonna last for long.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Yeah. Check them out. Freedom Tunes. Potato Man. Crazy Eddie's prices are insane. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I think I had one more thing on the California clip. Was it right here? Yes. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one I was thinking of. This is the one. I had to scroll up, didn't I? Or no, scroll down. I had to scroll down. Yes. This is Newsum being extra scummy. Extra scummy over on InfoWars. Alex Jones, the frog prophet himself. Guys, if you have not smashed that like button yet, what are you waiting for? It's asking for you to smash it, okay? It's consensual. Smash that like button. Hit that thumbs up. Have yourself a good time with the thumbs up button. And if you hit it more than once, make sure you hit it at least thrice. Thrice, I say! For twice, we'll cancel it out, and you don't want that. You don't want to cancel out your support for the Dozer Den, guys. Very important. Very important to support the Dozer Den. Having ourselves a good time? Hope so anyways. Infotainment 3 nights a week, which Saturday nights probably going to be a little bit less info and more entertainment, because we went a little bit longer. We went almost 5 hours. 4 hours and 50 minutes on the stream. And it was a great time. It was a booming success, some might say. I wouldn't say it. Some might say that it was one of the best episodes of the Dozer Den ever. It's pretty good. We had a good time. Those chill streams, the Dozer Den DJ hour. It's a good time. Good time. Ooh, caress that like button. Sometimes you gotta find the like button. Sometimes it's a little hard for people to find that like button, guys, but you gotta caress it. You gotta find it. When you do, you gotta treat that like button right. All right. Get your minds out the gutters. Get your minds out the gutters. I don't know who raised y'all. Jesus. Horrendous, I say. Deviants. On to the next clip. Oh, yes, that's, well, live. I sang along to Devil Went Down to Georgia, Russ Guyton. It's a little bit, um, when you're playing music and you sing along to it, it's kind of muffled, but the timing was apparently fine. Usually it has some issues with there's a little bit of a lag there, but no, it was right on key apparently. I thought I did all right. Devil Went Down to Georgia is one of my favorite songs. I used to listen to that every time we were going on an away game in football, when I played football in high school. That's one of the songs that I had to listen to before a football game. Devil Went Down to Georgia. So thanks to whoever requested that one on Saturday for the Dozer Den DJ hour, playing all your requests, or at least most of them. There was one that I had to veto. Because I have a life outside of here, guys. I do have a life outside of streaming. I do have a job. So this is my side thing, and I enjoy doing it. So as long as you guys are having a good time, I'm having a good time, and I'm probably going to have a good time regardless, to be honest with you. I enjoy this, and I am sharing my enjoyment of this type of thing. Even though I may get a little bit ranty at times, I do enjoy what I do. I enjoy talking about these things, and evidently, some people like listening. So,
ask you, we've got to deal with this misinformation. There were hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies. People want to divide this country, and we're going to have to address that as well. And it breaks my heart as people are suffering and struggling.
First, one of the lie right there. You have a heart? No, you don't have a heart, Newsum. You are a psychopath. You are a straight up psychopath. No heart involved. None.
That we're up against those hurricane forces as well. And that's just a point of personal privilege that I share that with you because it infects.
Real quick, CW, thank you so much for gifting a subscription to Chris DL. Chris DL, give thanks to C-Dubs for gifting you a subscription. Chadley move of you, C-Dubs. Now, Chris DL, once you refresh and come back in, you will be able to have access to all of the wide-ranging library of emotes. There's a good selection there. I will be adding a few more. I'll be moving some things around, adding some emotes, hopefully, because Faulkner took time out of her day to work on some emotes for me that hopefully will be compatible with Rumble Studio. She thinks they will be, and evidently she knows what she's doing. So I will hopefully be able to add a couple bulldozers. One of them is a dark dozer, for there are times when the bulldozer goes dark.
Real people that are out there, people I meet every single day, people the mayor's been meeting with, and they're having conversations that are not the typical conversations you'd have at this time, and you wonder where this stuff comes from, and it's very damaging as well. But we're here to get the job done.
It's not hurricane force lies.
That's a good point. People will callously, and I get the knee-jerk response to be callous. You're like, well, you guys, you retards voted for this shit. You get what you deserve. People like him are not being voted for at all. They're being installed, according to Dirk Gently. Dirk, I tend to hope that's the case. Sadly, I think that the voting system in California is so corrupted that probably that there are more red people. There are more people who vote red than one would think, based on the corruption present and the fraud present in California. You can't even begin to ask for an ID in California. All right, that's a problem. Oh man, yeah, I think there's a little bit to that. This whole conversation was an attempt to save Newsum's ass. He remains toast, very toasty,
Jack.
Burnt toast.
It's hurricane.
That was bad reference, bad joke. That was a bad pun. Considering the fire. But guys, guess what? I have a twisted and dark sense of humor, for that is the way that I cope with all of the dark shit in the world. That's my filter, my dark filter. Makes the shit sandwich a little bit more palatable.
Enforce truth, and it is a storm. And we're rocking you like a hurricane.
Here I am, rock you like a hurricane.
Gavin Newsom has been all over TV and in meetings with Biden over teleconference saying we got to censor these people. We got to counter them. And you know what come out? We already knew. They lied to Congress before. Biden administration calling up, screaming at the heads of tech, take this down, take that meme down. They got really mad about the meme with Leonardo DiCaprio from a movie. One about Charlie Manson pointing at the TV screen with his beer in his hand saying,
took a screenshot of it saying, Lant, thanks for the suggestion. I'm definitely not going to play it. There you go, Dirk. There you go. Happy Gandalf. Agreeable Gandalf. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's one of them. That's one of the emotes, guys. You get Gandalf. Do you want Gandalf? I'm just saying.
In 10 years, you'll be seeing ads on television saying, did you take the unapproved COVID shot? Well, call this law firm. It's not 10 years. It's already going on. But it's that type of stuff that just enraged them. And they took down, admittedly, over 500 million posts on Facebook, Instagram alone. It came out in Congress a year ago. That's just Zuckerberg. But remember back when they were censoring everybody, nobody's censoring you. We first heard the word deplatform 6 years ago when they were doing it to me because I called it deplatforming. And they go, Jones claims there's something called deplatforming. It doesn't exist. Of course, it did exist. And then first they just said it didn't exist, you wouldn't organize against it. And they went, okay, well, it's for your own good. And we're the fact checkers. We decide what's true and what's not. Like Hunter Biden's laptop's not real. And of course it was. They knew it was. Day one. But they turned the government loose on people that were exposing it with harassment and lawsuits and indictments. And that all came out. And the FBI on the stand in the fake Sandy Hook case.
Rest well, Skunk71. Rest well. Thank you so much for being a part of this broadcast of the Dozer Den.
Connecticut 2 years ago said, yeah, we organized the suits against Mr. Jones. Then the CIA guy got caught bragging about it. So this is warfare against you. And so Gavin Newsom, one of the most hated people in the world, but they have total election fraud, so he stays in power, comes out and says, Trump's lying, the reservoirs were full. Well, yeah, you wouldn't release the water. He didn't say they weren't full. But the key one for firefighting, miles from the fire that produces the pressure they need during a big fire, because they predicted all this, the good fire managers, decades ago before the psychos got control, before the UN Agenda 2030 post-industrial world group got in. Well, the fire department will be able to stop this fire. They've got all that pressure from that mountaintop fire reserve. Just drain that son of a bitch. Well, they're going to find out when they test the hydrants next month and right before the windy season, the fire season, and they're going to file public reports. Well, just cancel the budget testing the fire hydrants. I mean, they meticulously went through all of this. Fire department last year, the actual fire mitigation board, not the DEI fire chief. She's the, they're like, we predict probably next year that we could have the biggest fires ever in total devastation. We got to cut fire breaks. We got to clean everything out. We got to do all this. And they said, nope, that's cut out of the budget. Can't do that either. And they did it all over California, San Diego, San Francisco. Oh, can't cut the eucalyptus trees that are giant gasoline cans. It's oil. They just went down the line. And now he's begging to shut people up. And then the EU Commission says, silence Musk. They're going to cancel elections if they say Musk was involved. They're bragging they canceled the Romanian election. Told you that. I said, it's not just NATO, it's the EU, right when it happened 3 weeks ago. We've got the guy that won the presidential election coming on, what is it, Wednesday? The former UN diplomat. So we're forcing them out in the open. But after we play this clip of Gavin Newsom, Patrick Bateman 2.0, Then we'll get
Yes.
Psaki, and it's really revealing. Everything she says is a lie.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even watch all of this earlier. I watched the first little bit, and I'm like, hey, it's probably gonna be worth watching.
She shows no proof of what she's saying. You could take each 5 seconds and just show how it's a public lie on record. But how angry she is, I'm still on the air. That's satisfying. And when she reads the synopsis of my Thursday first hour that went mega viral, I mean, that show got 100 million views on X, but that...
Slidey Pie, saw you popping in here. Yeah, that sucks about the menthol cigarettes. You know what's interesting research on nicotine, guys, if it's just your own, if you roll your own nicotine and it's not mixed with a bunch of chemicals and stuff, apparently nicotine's not even the most addictive thing in a cigarette. It's all the other crap they put in it. And it's designed to be addictive. They make it extremely addictive. But apparently nicotine, you guys got to look into this research. There is some cool stuff on nicotine as far as like how it works with the brain. Helps you process sugars, decreases insulin resistance, all kinds of stuff. Now, these are some very wide and broad claims, so you would have to look at correlation versus causation, and I would need to do a little bit more research into it. But the guy that was talking about it, he sure sounded convinced, and he apparently was a doctor. I don't know.
Clip, it's like
food for thought.
55.5 minutes long. Last time I checked, had like 48 million views, so I'm guessing it's above that now. I haven't looked at days. We're kind of fire and forget around here. She reads a synopsis on air, and is it not everything he then announced days later?
It's in tomatoes, it's in eggplants, a lot of some fruits and vegetables. Yeah, nicotine's in a lot of things. And if it was so damn addictive, why aren't we? That's one of the points this doctor talks about. Why aren't we addicted to all those other things like we are to, the cigarettes, right? Well, I'm not addicted to cigarettes. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I just never saw the appeal. My mama dozer smokes. Well, she did. She might not even be chewing the gum anymore. So good for her. But other vices too, though. So I'll just leave it at that. But
better? Is it not exactly? That's what's great about this is we're not evergreen. We're infinity green. What we say doesn't stay valuable. It gets more valuable. That's what truth does. It's timeless. And how evil operates is timeless too. What we learn in this generation will be invaluable to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Because those that don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Lord Acton. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Jesus Christ said that.
So those that are trying to keep you from the truth and keep you from the information directly in opposition to our Lord and Savior Christ. Literally, though, where confusion is present, God is not. I don't know what verse that is, but where confusion is present, God is not. That is confusion and chaos is of the devil.
But the Bible also says, with the beginning of knowledge comes sorrow. It's very sad when you first wake up. But then when you use the knowledge to fight evil and roll it back and defeat it and rout it and crush it, like scorpions beneath your feet, then the truth is empowering and addicting. That word's not strong enough. It becomes your identity. It becomes your very energy. It becomes every neutron.
Riddle me this, Batman. If you really care about illegals, stop our HR 38. It's a wait, let me see here. Riddle me this, Batman. First of all, riddle me this, Batman. I love your username. If that's actually the one that you want shown, let me look. Yep. So if you really care about illegals, stop HR 38. It's a terrible plan, terrible trap. You'll post the truth about it in the comments. It keeps getting removed, even on Rumble. Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. Thanks for sharing that little bit of information. HR 38. I'm going to write that down and look that up later. So We might, you know what? We might actually cover that here in a minute. If you share that in the live chat, we're going to be talking about the Legal with a Blowtorch here in a little bit. So, yeah, I'll check that out. We might add that to the to that segment. Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for watching this episode of the Dozer Den. There it is. You put it in the comments. You weren't lying. You weren't lying at all. Appreciate you. Let me look here, actually, real quick. I need to pull up another Rumble. I'll keep this playing for you guys while I'm
pulsating and spiraling in your body. So here's Gavin Newsom, one of the many clips calling to stop the disinformation, which means censor and control. Here it is.
I ask you, we've got to deal with this misinformation. There are hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies. People want to divide this country, and we're going to have to address that as well. And it breaks my heart as people are suffering and struggling that we're up against those hurricane forces as well. And that's just a point of personal privilege that I share that with you because it infects real people that are out there, people I meet every single day, people the mayor's been meeting with, and they're having conversations that are not the typical conversations you'd have at this time. And you wonder where this stuff comes from. And it's very damaging as well. But we're here to get the job done.
It's not hurricane force lies, Jack. It's hurricane force truth, and it is a storm. And we're rocking you like a hurricane. That's what's happening. And
thanks for sharing that, Riddle Me This, Batman. You posted the whole text in there, so I'll have to. It shouldn't go away, but when we get into the next topic, I'll read through that a little bit. Appreciate you, bud.
I know it. Now, a lot of people.
Oh, and Skunk71, thank you so much for following the channel. Appreciate you.
I mean, a lot of trends on X and other places are saying, what is going on with Alex Jones? Was he replaced with a clone? Is he on Ozempic? No, it's still me, and I'm not on Ozempic. Are you kidding? I don't want a heart attack. No, I have changed my diet. I'm exercising.
He gave birth to the miracle love child with Elon Musk. It was a unicorn. Guys, if you haven't seen it before, I did share it at one point. Let me see if I can find it in the Discord. Let me see. Did I put it in the memes? I think I put it in memes. The reason that Alex Jones has lost so much weight, guys, he was pregnant. He was pregnant with the miracle love child between Jones and Musk, and they birthed a unicorn, and it was glorious, and it was correct. Let me find it real quick. I think I got it in here. In the memes, as some might say. Oh, do not tell me that I didn't post it. I have disappointed myself. I've disappointed myself. It's not in my meme channel. And I'm probably not going to be able to find it over in my where did it go? Where did it go? I have no idea where I put that. But anyways, maybe I'll find it later. It might have been in general at some point. I don't know how far back it goes in Discord, guys. We're going to scroll. We're going to scroll and hopefully find this meme that I have discussed because it is definitely appropriate. If I actually put it in this section here, which I don't know if I did. I do not know if I did. Yes! Yes! We found it! We found it, guys. Look at that. Look at that. I just didn't even see. Look at how freaking ripped Alex Jones is getting. Where did his neck go? It's gone. It's hiding. But guys, the reason that he lost so much weight, don't let him lie to you and tell you about supplements, okay? Don't let him lie to you. Here's what really happened. Let me show you. Let me show you the evidence, guys. We've got the evidence here. It's in the Discord. By the way, the Discord link is in the description. Right here. You guys see that? You guys see that? Right after he birthed that unicorn. So he was still a little bit, had that post-pregnancy weight, that postpartum weight. But he's been working it off. Very happy unicorn parent now. That's what happened. That's what actually happened, guys. Alex Jones and Elon Musk's miracle love child, a unicorn. You're welcome for that. I apologize for nothing. Nothing at all. All right, let's listen to the rest of what Alex Jones has to say. Let him shill. Let him shill, damn it. By the way, while we're shilling, guys, if you want to subscribe to the Dozer Den or gift a subscription or send a Rumble rant, those are options to contribute to the Dozer Den. There is also a Venmo and a Cash App. Nobody ever has to donate to the Dozer Den, but to those who do and who are able to, thank you so much. You are sincerely appreciated. If you are not able to donate monetarily to the Dozer Den, that is absolutely fine as well. Don't want you putting yourself out just for little old me. But if you could, comment in the comment section, share this stream out with your friends, your family, maybe even an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend or Z's or Zem friend. I'm not judging. Repost here on Rumble so that all the people that follow your channel on Rumble will see the Dozer Den and become a part of the Killdozer crew. C-Dubs, did you mad, absolute mad lad, did C-Dubs gift another subscription? He did. Given to Russ Guyton. Russ Guyton, your first stream, you got gifted a subscription, and oh my goodness, now you have full access. You have full access to the elite library of emotes. And your name, you have joined the rash. You've joined this patriotic rash that has been tearing through Rumble. It's one of the glorious, glorious rashes of MAGA patriotism you could ever get. You don't even need to medicate it because it is the medication. It's the new thing. It's the new craze. Enjoy. Bring it out. Bring it out. Bring it out. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Bobblehead. You're welcome. You're welcome. You called forth Trumpy Bobblehead. You called him forth, CW. Thank you so much for your support. Sincerely. It is much appreciated. Helps me continue to focus on making more content for you, the people. Let's watch the rest. Speaking of shilling.
7 days a week. I'm drinking a lot of water, and I'm taking all of my supplements. And stopping drinking alcohol was also a big one. And it's been almost 5 months. I worked out this morning, and I go on big hikes. But I'm telling you, without the supplements, none of this could happen. And ladies and gentlemen, Irish sea moss is already recognized as one of the top superfoods out there. Some argue the top superfood. I'd say hemp.
No, you welcome the itch, neurodivergent one. You welcome this itch. You embrace it.
Has incredible properties as well, but they're different. Okay, and the molecules in it are amazing. But sea moss is just special the way it grows, the way the Irish sea moss develops. It has this special...
Riddle me this, Batman. Thank you so much for being a part of the Dozer Den. Much appreciated, bud. Says typically work nights, but we'll be checking the channel when you can. New sub. Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays now. 3 streams a week. We're increasing the reach of the Dozer Den. At 9:30 p.m. Central. We talk about stuff and things. News stories, entertainment stories. Usually a palate cleanser at the end of Monday and Thursday. Saturday is going to be mostly focused on the Dozer Den DJ hour. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's neurodivergent when, hey, to each their own, you use the ointment. Well, that's okay. That's okay. As long as it's still, it's still there. Doesn't get rid of that rash.
Form of iodine that the body loves. It's organic. Goes right into the cells. It's got all the vitamins, all the minerals, not just the ones they say are essential, but a bunch of others. It is a superfood. And our Ultimate Sea Moss is a private label of one of the top companies in the nation. That's what my sponsors and what we do. We go out and say, what's already top? What's already the highest rated? Let's see if they'll let us private label. And most of the time they're fans, and this big company let us do it. We have the gummies, we have the powdered capsules at the alexjonesstore.com. It's super concentrate of the Irish sea moss and a bunch of other known superfoods that synergistically work with its super herbs, and you need to get it. It's up to 50% off right now. Big sale, biggest ever, on 3 bottles, 45% on 2 bottles, 40% on 1 bottle of the gummies that are back in stock.
All right. That's enough of that.
I'm grabbing Gavin Newsum here to
silence you. I think that's all we had on the California, well, at least that aspect of the California issue. Let's go ahead and, with all the chaos, all the burning, all the disturbing incineration California has been experiencing. A lot of people have been blaming the politicians. They've been blaming climate change, when in reality, it might be a little bit more simple a little bit more common sense explanations. If people are invading this country and they don't like this country, and they might be co-opted by certain evil forces, well, they might actually be starting some fires. And it looks like there actually was at least one person that was arrested with a blowtorch. He was caught leaving the scene of a fresh fire, apparently, with a blowtorch by some good citizens. Some damn good citizens. And I'm not sure why that's there. Let me refresh this. I think I had an actual little video with this article that was related to the story. So let me see. Yep. This was the Kenneth fire. Let's play the clip and then we'll watch it. 30 seconds on this one here. Arsonist should be, ended on site. Well, that's one thing where the, street justice might be a thing for some folks. I'm not going to advocate for violence on this channel because Fed boys be assholes. But I empathize and relate heavily with your perspective there, C-dubs. Let's pull this out. Oh, back here. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up here. Homeless man arrested in connection to the fires. He had a blowtorch. I think it's pretty fucking obvious what happened.
Get a close up on that face, bro.
Nah. They said faggot.
The dust ass boy. God damn. What dust is?
Whew.
Update, they got him.
But did they? Rest in peace to the headphone users. I apologize. This was from this morning. Yeah, it's the 13th, isn't it, guys? Fed boys be asshole. Yes, JJR. Yes, indeed. Good to see you, JJR. Another what? No. C-dubs, that is not what that is. That is not what that is. I think this is actually someone from south of the border, I think. Yeah, that's an Hispanic individual. So, this is from New York Post. Suspect arrested with flamethrower near LA fire is an illegal immigrant. An illegal alien. Get your shit straight. The immigration is a legal process. So yeah, good to see you on your break time, JJR. Hope you're having a good night at work, buddy. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Riddle me this, Batman. I'm wondering where does a homeless guy get the blowtorch? Did he purchase it, or did someone gift it to him? I hope they dig deeper. Well, hopefully they will, but it looks like there might be some issues with this. So this is by Jenny Taylor and Patrick Riley. The homeless man tackled and zip-tied by onlookers who say he was trying to start fires with a blowtorch near a Los Angeles wildfire is an illegal immigrant who will likely be protected by California's sanctuary city status, according to sources. The suspect is Juan Manuel Sierra Leyva, a Mexican national who is in the United States illegally, sources told the Post. He was chased and taken down by residents of Woodland Hills after they allegedly saw him torching old Christmas trees and debris on fire with what one resident described as a flamethrower, soon after the massive wildfire began Thursday. The suspect is being held on a felony probation violation. The Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, said without detailing his previous conviction. Detectives are... How about the fact that he's fucking here illegally? How about the fact that he's fucking here illegally? Maybe that would be, I don't know, one of the things, one of the fucking things that this son of a bitch was getting charged for, maybe he should have been getting charged for, the fact that he was here illegally, maybe if we would actually enforce our fucking laws, our immigration laws, maybe shit like this wouldn't happen. And don't give me that bullshit. Oh, illegals commit less crimes than even native citizens. Go fuck yourself with that false narrative. Eat a bag of fucking dicks if you're going to tell me that they are committing less crimes. They're sneakier about it and they don't get reported, which is the fucked up thing. They're here illegally and the crimes don't get reported because they don't want to get their asses deported across the fucking border when they have to acknowledge that another illegal fucked with them in a certain type of way a lot of the time. So, no, the reporting is off on that one, lefty faggots. Just fucking saying. And the fact that you are here illegally in itself is a fucking crime. So no, your first act coming into this country was breaking the motherfucking law. Stop breaking the law, asshole. It's not that fucking hard. Just do the fucking thing. You're gonna spend fucking thousands of dollars to a coyote and fucking be taken advantage of, raped, fucking pillaged by the damn people who are ever ready to take advantage of somebody who is desperate. You're going to do that shit, but you're not going to actually go through the legal process. I get it. It's a cumbersome process. We probably do need to edit it and make it a little bit more smooth. We also have to be a little bit more selective with who the fuck we let in. So, yeah. There you go. There was a rant. Had to happen. Oh, man. Shit sucks sometimes, guys. Back to the article. Back to it we go. Detectives are still investigating it as possible arson, but LAPD Assistant Chief Dominic Choi said Friday that there was not immediately enough evidence for that charge. We're going to have to click on that link and maybe they'll elaborate. ICE placed a detainer request on him 3 days ago, but the federal agency does not expect it to be honored due to California's sanctuary state law. Good fucking job, California. Sources said the lack of communication between local and federal law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles due to sanctuary policies put in place by LA City Council and Governor Gavin Newsum have resulted in many arrests that have been unreported to and followed up by ICE. Law enforcement source told the Post, many of which are criminals who have numerous encounters with local law enforcement for serious crimes, they added. California's sanctuary state law passed in 2017 ensures that no state resources are used to assist federal immigration enforcement. Might have to let the cat out. She's looking a little restless. Couldn't see her. My kitty co-host was sleeping on the bed. Hidden by the dividers. The Los Angeles City Council unanimously passed an ordinance in November that prohibits the use of city resources and personnel to carry out federal immigration enforcement. That sounds like an insurrection to me, doesn't it? Does that sound like an insurrection to you guys? Sierra Leva has a lengthy rap sheet in LA County and has been convicted of multiple crimes, including assault with a deadly weapon in 2023, records show. He probably diddles kids, too. He has collectively spent more than 2 years in jail, sources told the Post. Trebuchets. That's what we need for this. It's not clear where or when he crossed into the United States. A video that went viral shows neighbors cornering and then detaining Sierra Leva as he holds what one resident described as a flamethrower on the street, with one man yelling at him, "Put it down." Renata Grinchbaum told KTLA she was in her backyard when she heard a car screech to a stop and a man yelling that someone was trying to start a fire. A few gentlemen surrounded him and got him on his knees. They got some zip ties, a rope, and we were able to do a citizen's arrest, Grinchbaum said. Well, hopefully they don't get, prosecuted for doing the right thing. What's up, the crazy duck lady? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Wood chippers, oh my. After due process, of course. Feet first, guys. Always, always feet first, for you want it to be prolonged. Ooh. You are shedding like a son of a gun. It is winter. Why are you shedding, cat? You need all the hair you can get, but you are inside. She's on my desk, guys. Cats have a tendency to screw things up when they're on your desk. Kitty. Come on. Come here. You gonna say hi to the people? You gonna say hi to the crew? You gonna say hi to the Dozer Den? Huh? Yeah. You say hi to the Dozer Den. The kitty. Guys, if you want to donate to the Dozer Den, support such a clearly wasting away cat. She's not rotund at all. Help feed this poor starving kitty by donating to the Dozer Den. She didn't like that I called her rotund, did she? Back to the article. Coughing now. Oh no. Yes, after due process, feet first. Agreed. Tar and feather isn't a bad idea either. You know, I actually got in trouble on X. I got suspended for a week back in the day when I first started making my way downtown, walking fast. No, making my way on X to some sort of relevance, hopefully. And I suggested tarring and feathering, and I was ignorant. I was ignorant of the actual process of tarring and feathering. Apparently that involves hot tar, which kind of melts the skin just a little bit. If you look into tarring and feathering, it truly was a pretty horrendous practice. But for some people, you know, I'm just saying it might be after due process that if we get rid of that 8th Amendment for some individuals that do certain things, you know, like politicians who betray the faith and trust of the American people. Maybe. This is the Dozer Den SPCA. Yes, we just needed in the arms of the angels. Bless Sarah McLaughlin in the background. Oh my goodness. Rotund is a shape. Yes, it is a shape. Oh my gosh, C-Dubs, did you do another one? Thank you so much, dude. I gotta check. Who did it go to? Oh, there it was. C-Dubs gifted another subscription. And it was gifted. Riddle Me This Batman was gifted a membership. Hell yes. Hell yes. There. It's in the chat. Hells yeah. Holy smokes, Batman. Holy smokes, Batman. Sorry, I am. Oh my goodness. Would have thought I wouldn't had that issue after taking my dang nasal spray. I think that's why my voice might be a little bit deeper this evening, by the way, guys, if you're noticing that. Now, riddle me this, Batman. You may have to refresh, but you will have access to the vast, vast library of Dozer Den emotes. They are quite sexy, if I do say so myself. And not just because there is a peach getting slapped. Do you need out? Or what are you doing over there? I'll keep an eye on her. Keep an eye on the cat. What's up, Sam Duty? Good to see you, man. Tar and feather is a saying like FAFO. Fuck around and find out. Much agreed. Much agreed. You don't have a credit card though, so thank you. I live off the grid a little bit. Well, that is just fine. Riddle me this, Batman. Nobody ever has to donate monetarily to the Dozer Den, but you can always share the stream out, repost, comment in the comment section. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell the girlfriend or the boyfriend, whatever. Spread the word. Get more killdozers in the Dozer Den for the coming trials. Let's see. The LAPD responded and arrested Sierra Leva. Video from the scene shows the major crime squad was called in because he was a possible arson suspect, but no arson charges were brought against him, Choi told reporters on Friday. Why the fuck not? He was literally lighting shit on fire with a blowtorch. That's not arson. I don't know what is. Oh, but he's a brown folks from, you know, south of the border that come here illegally. Those people have more rights than you. Those people have more rights than the Americans. The Americans are treated like shit. Those who are obeying the law, you are a second-class citizen. But if you break the law and you are a disadvantaged class like Sierra Leva, well, you are on a pedestal because that's only right. That's only right that you should be on a pedestal above us dirty, dirty plebs. Right, guys? Right? Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Fucking bastards. Fucking hate them. They're just going to probably let him go, and he's probably going to try it again. The Kenneth fire burned more than 1,050 acres, 1.6 square miles, over 3 days in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. It was completely contained by Sunday morning. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Well, technically, I guess he was starting fires afterwards. I guess the most charitable interpretation. There's Chong, Cheech and Chong. I guess the most charitable interpretation is maybe he was doing fire breaks, guys. Maybe he was actually trying to help. He was actually a hero. Guys, you want to hear some crazy shit? When I was researching earlier for that article, when I researched illegal blowtorches, California, couple, like 3 of the sources were actually addressing what I was looking for, right? Just 3. The 4th one was NPR. And what does NPR have to say? Talking about immigrants rushing to stop the fires. Because that's what I was searching for, right, NPR? Tell me your fucking propaganda without telling me your fucking propaganda, NPR. Jesus Christ. That is taxpayer-funded propaganda. Absolutely insane. Absolutely freaking insane. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Bam. The Discord. It's worth checking out, guys, if you do get on the Discords. Good little thing we got going on there. There are memes. Actually, I've got pet photos. I've got pet photos to share. I'll be putting some of my pit bull in the pets channel later if I don't forget. Luna, that's her name. She's a blue, well, with the tuxedo markings. She's a good dog. She's a good dog. Cat, go. Okay, fine. I gotta let the cat out. I'll be right back. Who let the cat out? Me, apparently. Come on, big girl. Come on, big girl. Don't scratch me. Don't. I know you're uncomfortable. Come on. Oh. Come on. She looked offended at me. I may not have had the best grip on the cat. I may not have had the best grip. Need to clip her claws. Her claws are really long. It's not good. As soon as I set her down, I opened the door and I set her down, and she looked back at me like she was betrayed. You wanted this. You were just over at the door looking at it like with the longing eyes, and then you kept jumping up on the desk. That means you wanted out. I think she was mad because of the way I held her. But I had the thing there and I had to shuffle. So, Styx was saying on the quartering stream earlier, we don't own the cats. The cats technically kind of own us. In certain ways. Maybe. We'll let the cat out. Boop, 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 boop. Was it, forgot your name already, but you shared, Riddle Me This, Batman, shared in the comments section a really big thing about HR 38, and I guess this is in California? Yeah. So let's pull it up. It's in the comments section. By the way, hang out in the comments section. Mix it up. Have a good time. It's apparently worth the time. Because some people are having some good times in there. Salty Maga Matt, L0001, and then Riddle Me This, Batman. Riddle Me This, Batman. Let's read this lengthy post. It is directly related to the topic at hand, so thank you for the contribution. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I wish I could make this bigger, but hopefully you guys... If I can see it kind of in my minimized box, you guys can probably see it. But here's the thing. You're going to get this sultry voice to read through it. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. Russ Guyton, that's a good description of the process. Yes, that's a rather good description. Guys, do not forget, if you are just joining the stream, to smash that like button. Show it who's boss. Show your support for the Dozer Den. It's worth it. From Riddle Me This Batman, just a little bit ago. If you guys are truly wanting to stop the dangers and threats from people not entitled to be here, please read this. As I feared, there is a glaring loophole in the bill people are promoting for reciprocity that allows them to extend this power to every single guest, quote unquote, guest in America. Spread the word, read the bill, and check to make sure I'm not wrong. Or they haven't closed the loophole now that I'm trying to spread this info if you want. But as of yesterday afternoon, that is how it was written. The wording is deceptive, and so far I haven't found a single channel / media talking about it. HR 38? Is that what you were saying earlier? Riddle me this, Batman? I think this is in California. Proof of residence. All that means is proof they have legal address and they dwell at it. Now, dwell at anywhere inside America. It does not in any way address their legal status as a guest. And what I've heard and read so far, it doesn't have any provisional clauses clarifying that. Proof of state-issued ID, that does not need to be anything at all the way this is worded. Documentation that proves their citizenship is either, as in Cali a few years back, they started handing out driver's licenses with photo ID. So this might be HR 38. It's a Senate bill by the GOP being pushed right now. Holy crap. So this is federal, huh? Interesting. I'm going to have to do a little bit more of a deep dive into this one. This is, shit. Interesting. C-dubs. Good Lord. That also takes care of 3. Proof of state-issued photo identification without any secondary ID to prove legal status / citizenship. If this passes as is, every blue state can start handing out a library card with a photo on it as proof of identification. This bill turns all supposedly 20 million guests into legal gun owners with reciprocity as soon as it is signed. So this is the reciprocity bill, HR 38. Let me look it up real quick. Shit. You got me thinking now. Let me do a refresh real quick to see what we're doing over there on likes on the Rumbles. No, don't start playing. Don't do it. 39! Hell yes. 39 people have shown their love for the show. Thank you so much to all 39 of you who have chosen to smash that like button. HR 38. We're at 1 hour and 56 though, so I probably we might have time to do a little bit of on the go or on the spot research. The bill has a load of good things for gun owners, but that one hole would make it a dangerous thing. So that's interesting. That one loophole. Okay, I'm going to do some reading on it afterwards. Oh, you see 41? Hell yes, he-dubs. Good deal. Damn rhinos, yeah, they are. A lot of people get confused. And think that you can trust the Republicans, right? Guys, do you remember what happened last time? Do you remember what happened last time Trump was in office when we had a Republican majority? Do you remember the fact that he had to fight tooth and nail to get even a little fucking infinitesimal piece of the America First agenda passed because you had a bunch of faggots like Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell doing everything that they could to stop the American First agenda because they do not like populism. And I literally, for the love of God, I was in a group the other day on X and we were talking about populism and a lot of people were talking shit on populism. And I agree, we do not need direct democracy because it is the rule of the mob. You do not want tyranny of the majority. I agree. But as far as the notion that the elites, there is this group of elites and we need to cast that to the side. We don't need that. We need equality. People, yes, those people are put there as a representative to act in our stead. They are supposed to enact the people's will in government. That is the fucking purpose of our system. But no, some fucking boomer faggots in this group were literally saying that no, there's always going to be elites and we just kind of have to accept it. And you know what? They actually do know better than the people that vote. And I'm just like, you sack of fucking garbage. I basic bitch white girl
can't right now with that type of mentality. Yeah, those elites, and when I say elites, I say it with utter disdain. They know better than the people. Now, there are some really stupid fuckers that can vote. Don't get me wrong. There are. But when it comes to the informed voter, which I think that you should pass some sort of test to vote, call that a poll tax. I don't give a fuck. If you can't be aware and knowledgeable to an extent of some of our civics, some of the government processes, then maybe you don't deserve to fucking vote. Get involved and learn a little bit. How about that? How about that? But no, to say blanket statement that they are the ones that we trust to know better than us. You stupid bootlicking fucker. I just... Yeah. What's up, Metal Mouth? 2874. Good to see you. What's up, Killdozers? Sack of fags. Yes, I agree. You smoked a fag earlier. Good job, Sam Duty. Good job. I need a longer rant meter. I need one that will last longer than a minute. I think it's 30 seconds or a minute that lasts. Or I could just stop and click it again. But once I get going, guys, I kind of can't stop myself sometimes. I got to get it out. It's what happens. I say it, pure hatred. Fuck the elites. Yes. And the fact that they think that they are in this other class and they think that they rule us. No. Get it straight. You work for the people. I ever get a chance to talk to a politician and they try to say that they don't work for me, I'm going to be right in their fucking face. Right in their fucking face to let them know what's up. Stupid bastards. And they don't work for us. They don't even necessarily, I think, work for themselves. They work for others. Other forces that, hell, some might not even be able to see. Just saying. That little wiggle that Newsum did earlier, guys. Oh my goodness. I see that we are up to 60 people watching here on Rumble. Oh, no, actually 58 here on Rumble. One person, I guess, in locals, possibly. And then one person on the YouTubes. Thank you guys so much for watching wherever you may be watching. I stream Mondays, Thursdays, and now Saturdays. We had our inaugural Saturday stream this Saturday. It went off without a hitch. It was quite entertaining. There will be the Dozer Den DJ hour component to the Saturday show, so we may not be doing as much news stuff, and we may just be taking music video requests and chilling, guys. I think what my plan with the Saturday stream is, we might have a story or two. Not 3. We did 3 last time. It was a little much, because it didn't give us as much time to focus on the music, and I want the Saturday stream to be a little bit of a decompression. A little bit of a... take a breather. And just chill, hang out, talk in the chat, talk amongst yourselves, do all the things. And yeah, I think that's a good idea. Seemed to go pretty well last time, so we had some really good music that people were requesting last time, so appreciate everybody who was there for that. And if you weren't, well, hopefully I've piqued your interest. We got up to 85 people watching at one point. Yeah, guys, we're getting closer. We're eventually going to hit that 100 live viewers. It's going to happen. And we are eventually going to get to 1,000. Guys, I have a bit of a goal. If you haven't heard before, I would love it if we could get Billdozer74, the channel here on Rumble, to 1,000 followers by April or May. April is the first goal. If we don't quite get there, then maybe May. Seems like we're doing decent growth. I see 555. Last I checked, let me do a refresh. Yep, we've got 555 followers here on this channel. Excellent. Thank you guys so much. Call Saturday show the Dozer Reset. Ooh, interesting. I like that, JJR. I don't know, though. The Dozer Decompress has alliteration. And I'm a serious slut for alliteration when it comes to the English language. I love it. When I can get a little bit of alliteration in a phrase or a comment or a title, I'm a sucker for it. I just have to. But the Dozer Reset, maybe. The Dozer Decompress, the Dozer Reset. I might alternate. I appreciate the suggestion there, JJR. Why'd your sound quit? Oh, damn. Have I muted? I don't know why your sound quit. Is the sound... Oh, I came with fire. Yes, C-dubs. Thank you for mentioning. Yeah, I came with Fire podcast. They followed me. At least I hope they're still following me. Great conversations. Those guys, they had a guy on a couple Saturdays ago, and it was a pre-recorded, I'm fairly sure. But they were in the chat still, so they were interacting with the chat. Kudos to them. Great show. I don't get to watch as much as I like to. A lot of the times it's when I'm door dashing, because I door dash on the side because economy, you know. And they had a guy on that was talking about things that happened to him when he was a kid, and it was deep and dark, but it was beneficial. And if you've never been exposed to those types of stories, it'll definitely make you appreciative for how good your life really is. And they dove deep into it. It was dark, but you know, and I kind of, you know, I eventually, like, I've heard stuff like that before in previous lines of work. I've heard some really, really dark stories, so I kind of already know about that and I'm aware of that. So I didn't necessarily need to hear it all, but I mean, I was interacting with the chat a little bit and watching and you know, doing my thing there, but um but yeah, it was really good stuff. I came with Fire podcast. All Saturdays are podcasts, not all the Saturday shows that they have are podcasts, not live. It's good to know. I didn't know that. Metal Mouth, you're just a slut for your fiance. Well, that's good for you. That's good of you, being loyal. Saturday is a good night to have 100 live. You will do it this time. Sam Duty. Well, let's hope. Let's hope. Oh man, I'm trying to. I think it was Patriots.win. I've never actually been on that. I got on that earlier and I shared the link out. Don't know if I'm going to get any traction there, but hey, why not? And it looks like a pretty interesting resource, actually. They had some good posts on Patriots.win. Used to be the Donald. Metal Mouth 218, Metal Mouth 2874. I'm sure you do. It's the truth. You love her with everything I have. Hell yeah, man. Congratulations. When's the wedding? When's the wedding coming up, man? What's the date? Do you have a date yet? Wedding planning. I don't miss that. I've been married to Lady Dozer since 2012. Yeah. Yep. June of 2012. I'm getting old. Been with her since July 25th, 2009. That's right. I remember the day. That we met. Good old church picnic. We're just good little Catholics. Completely innocent. It was a good time, though. It was a relatively innocent way to meet. It wasn't at a club or anything crazy like that. Although right after that, I was on a dangerous path. Guys. I'd been wronged in a previous relationship in a very, very interesting way. Oh, crazy duck lady. That's when you met your Drake. Oh, and you even call your hubby or boyfriend or whatever your Drake. That's just cute. But you need a nice Christian woman. Hell yeah, they're out there. You just got to find them. I mean, literally, to those of you who know the lore of some old Ricada streams, just go to AutoZone. Just go to AutoZone, guys. Actually, I think that was on Good Logic's stream. Dylan Kurt, go to AutoZone to meet girls. No, Megan, no. Probably not the best place to meet girls at AutoZone. I'm just saying. Husband now. Well, that's nice. Good deal. August 28th, either this year or next year. Heck yeah. Well, get on it. You guys pick it. Set it down. Wedding planning, depending on how hard you're going to go with your wedding. We ended up, guys, Catholic weddings are huge. And I didn't know most of the people because it's a lot of extended family on, her side. And I had decent number, but we didn't do the whole one family on one side of the church, one family on the other side of the church, because if it's mine, there was not as many. There was we invited 300 and something people to this wedding. And my father-in-law did a fantastic job, freaking awesome job of taking a leadership kind of guidance role with it, as far as we did meetings every Saturday. or actually, I think it was Sundays after church. We met with we met at his house and we talked about the plans and our agenda, and very organized, very organized. And we even like printed out like for label sheets for the to mail out the invites. Very, very formal, very formal. Got things done, got things done. Not saying that you have to do it that way, but it's an option. It kept us organized, so kept us organized. Get out of there. There we go. Making sure I see my chat over here. No national. Oh God, C-dubs. What are you talking about? Yes, don't forget to smash that like button, guys. It's there for the smashing. There for the smashing. Yes, very good father-in-law. He's a hell of a man. I respect the hell out of my father-in-law. Have a great relationship with my in-laws. Honestly, better than but it's good to have. Good to have. It's really, really blessed. I am very blessed to have the family that I do. So, thank God for that every day. Every day. He's a good guy. He is. You guys want to hear something funny? So, I'm pretty traditional. I asked for, my lady Dozer's hand in marriage. I asked her dad. You want to know the setting of how I asked my father-in-law for her hand in marriage? So, you have 28. That's why you have 2874 in your username. There you go. It's for the August 28th. Oh, that's cool. I missed, I think, the first comment about it, but August 28th is your birthday. Got you. Okay. Well, nice. But so the setting, let me set it up for you. So I go over there. I don't think she was even there, but I go over and she might have been there, but a lot of the times when I go over to my father-in-law's house, we have stuff that we need to get done, and I'm the helper. We get shit done. We go after it, right? Cutting trees down, getting rid of brush, clearing out his landscape in front of his house from all the English ivy that had overtaken everything. It was like I was like an archaeologist, finding all kinds of statues and things like that. But anyways, on this day where I asked for Lady Dozer's hand in marriage, of course, asking her father, we were scooping up brush with pitchforks and burning things. So I literally asked my father-in-law, soon-to-be father-in-law, to marry his daughter while we're literally lighting things on fire and he's holding a pitchfork. Weaker men may have been intimidated, but not I. Yes, that actually happened. It's funny. I actually I haven't thought about that in years. That was interesting. You've read my fiance's comments. She's rolling. Oh, rolling pony. Well, that is so cool. Awesome. Good to see that we have a couple hanging out in the Dozer Den. Excellent set of killdozers. CW. Yes. More braver than William Wallace. Oh no, JJR. I don't know if I could go that far. Freedom. C-dubs with the torch. That was a good story. Glad you guys enjoyed that. Glad you enjoyed it. And yes, JJR, thank you for your service, bud. Burning things. Yes, we were burning things. See, I will have to keep an eye out for Rolling Pony and Metal Mouth. Good deal. Glad to hear it. Can't wait for you guys to tie the knot. Some people say that nothing really changes. And I mean, to an extent, that's true. But I think that there is a spiritual I know this is what my faith tells me, that there is a spiritual melding. When you get married, you become one spiritually. And that's what I believe. I don't believe in divorce unless it's for like the extreme circumstances of, abuse, it's, and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm not a fan of it. I've seen what divorce does. And it sucks. And, when you know what it can do to the kids, because you've experienced it, you definitely don't want it you don't want to do that to your kids, and you don't want to just be part of this mentality of you can just throw things away. People, I when I put a ring, even before we were married, when I put that ring on your finger, that doesn't mean that I've got time to reconsider. Like I'm in it. Like, and that's what it was. I mean, this isn't sow your wild oats or have any little flings before. No, you're that's serious business. But yeah, the crazy duckling, MO2M. I'm very confused. Well, C-dubs, thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. That was a good palate cleanser? Nah. Well, there you go. Didn't even mean for that to happen, but it did. Only death from old age will separate Rolling Pony and I. Well, there you go. There you go. Crazy Duckly, I'm very confused. MO2M. I am not sure what that means. Damn, break time's over. We'll be working till Bill concludes the show. Just not in the chat. Well, JJR, you have a lovely rest of your shift. Son seems that serious about his girl. Well, good. Well, good. Hopefully that's the case. And I'm not saying that things don't happen and people don't, before, you actually tie the knot, that things don't happen. It does. And, but yeah, I'm a pretty loyal individual. I met Lady Dozer when I was 18 and I'm now 34. So yeah, she was the third one. And honestly, I wish she was the first. I'm that kind of guy. Just how I am. But I was there. I was damn close. I was damn close to becoming a man whore after the second interaction. Just wasn't a very good one. Wasn't a very good one. And I'm really glad I found her and she kept me from going down that route because I've seen what that route does for some folks, and it's a lot of heartache and a lot of clapping happens sometimes to people when you get on that route. Just saying. Yes, C-dubs, I am 34. People think I'm 50 for some reason, and I don't know why. I mean, do I look that fucking old? I mean, I got a beard and I got a little bit of gray. I didn't think I looked 50, but damn. In real life, apparently I have a baby face. When I shave this off, I still get carded. Like, that was Missouri in 2 minutes. Oh, okay. I don't know. Don't know. Bastards. Long life, good health, and great memories to all the lucky couples in the room. Yes, indeed. Good message. Good message. Riddle me this, Batman. No, not 50. I've heard 38. I've heard 38 or 36. If I shave the beard, guys, if you look back, there were some streams where I had shaved my beard off. It happened a few months ago. I want you to answer that question honestly. You do you. I ain't gonna be offended. Mom of 2 Marines. Oh, well, hell yeah. Thank you to your sons. Thank you to your sons. Or your children. I didn't want to assume. Son and daughter, maybe? Hell yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, guys. We have had a little bit of a break. A little bit of a break to hang out with the chat. How fast does the beard grow? Well, it actually grows fairly fast. It does actually grow fairly fast. So, the C-dubs, you bastard. I've been told that I could actually I was rocking those chin straps, all right? That's how I wore my beard when I was in high school. I did the chin straps. Just right here. No mustache, no cheek, just chin strap. It's pretty short. It was pretty short there for a minute, guys. You would say 40? That's fair. That's fair. With the beard, I can see 40. I can definitely see 40. And with the silvers, I mean, come on now. I've been getting white hair since I was 13 years old, guys. That's when it started. That's when the silverback status started. Well, actually, no, the silverback status started probably when I was 21, 22. Yeah. Both sons, 2 daughters too, but they aren't in the Marines. Thank you for being a mom of Marines. Not easy. Not easy at all. Fast forward. Yeah. I mean, I had a little bit of a beard in high school. It growed. It growed. Holy shit. I'm not from Southeast Missouri at all. It grew. My brother had a better beard than me, though. That's for sure. All right, guys. Next topic, though. Next topic. Well, I'm glad we had a palate cleanser little segment there, just chilling and chatting. Because now we're going to get into the UK rape gang scandal. We have an actually a pretty good oh, not that. Where was it at? Where was it at? Ah, here we go. Here we go. This is actually a very, very, it's a lengthy article. And I'm going to have to put these links. I'll have to do it after the show. Metal Mouth, take a good close look at your profile pic and I'll see you're every bit of 50. So I can't see it over here on the studio. Oh, okay, okay. There's a little bit of a beard there. A little bit of white in that beard. I see you. I see you. All right. All right. So I've got a lengthy article from a woman, let me find her, Allison Pearson with The Telegraph, and she was able to make this free, so I didn't have to pay for it, but I did have to enter my email, so now I'm getting emails from The Telegraph. I'll take it to be able to digest this with you guys here on stream. So this is after Elon Musk was doing his diversion after the H-1B kerfuffle that he ran into. And I think this was a little bit of a diversion from that to get on to a different topic for him. But also, I'm not mad about it because it's important. It's important to talk about. It's important that this issue is put on Front Street and that people don't just dismiss it as xenophobia or racisms. Let's get into this article. This is addressing, if you guys have been paying attention to X recently, there's been a lot of talk about the proclivities of certain invading forces, certain cultures in the UK, and how they treat the native population there. It's almost like they're literally being raped and pillaged. And yes, YouTube or X, whatever, if you don't like the R word, fuck it. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about news. If you have a fucking problem with that, CommieTube, eat it. Don't care. That's why I say Rumble and X, that's my thing. Rumble, X, locals, those are my three tops. But to the YouTubes, I'm going to keep putting my stuff out there until you ban my ass. I'm just saying. Just saying. Ooh, 6 days until inauguration. It's coming. It's coming. 6 more days until your favorite president, me, gets to get back in the White House. It's going to be the best. You're going to be so tired of winning. Hopefully. Let's see it. Let's see it. There were some issues in the first administration, but I think after that shot to the ear, which, by the way, if you didn't see it, I mean, there is the little, there you go. There you go. Got to have the earpiece. Got to have the earpiece there. He's got a little bandage on his ear. All right, let's get into this article here about the cover-up guys, because they like to act like the cultural enrichment of the UK is just that, cultural enrichment, and not a takeover. Keir Starmer literally is on video a few months ago admitting to this being an experiment to replace the population. It was an experiment that failed. It doesn't work. Oh yeah, the headgear on it. That's what. Where's the hat? Ah, shit, Sam Duty. I forgot. I was going to make a hat. Writing it down. Tinfoil hat for Trump. Writing it down in big caps for Bobble Trump. All right. Oh, Slidey Pie was gifted a membership by CW. CW, a freaking mad lad with another gifted subscription. My God. Absolute Chad tonight, C-Dubs. Absolute fucking Chad tonight, man. Thank you so much for your support. Sincerely. I do appreciate the support, and it is definitely something that helps inspire me to continue doing the show for you guys. Appreciate the support. And if you are not able to contribute monetarily, well, that's okay too. Just the fact that you're here hanging out and participating and being a member of the Dozer Den, it means quite a lot to me. So thank you so much for that. There you go, Slidey Pie. Now you got unlimited access, at least for the month, to all those lovely emotes. They're extra shiny. They're a good time. All right, guys. Elon Musk has ripped the cloak of deceit off one of Britain's most disgusting scandals. Starmer's denunciation of Musk for spreading lies and misinformation about Muslim child rape gangs is an orchestra of discordant duplicity. Ooh, Allison. I already like you, just with that little bit of alliteration there at the end. Discordant duplicity. Liking it so far. It's a good start. Coming out strong. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. Hey, prayers, dude. Everyone needs prayers. Appreciate you. Once upon a time, there was a good and fair country, and people who lived in countries that were neither good nor fair traveled to that land and made it their home because they knew it to be kind. But some men who made that land their home brought the values of countries that were neither kind nor fair with them. Such men hated the female children they found in the good and fair country. The girls were white, but not chaste. They were dirty unbelievers who went about unaccompanied, as if they were boys. They disgusted the men, and they tempted them, which made them hate the female children even more. The monsters, for that is what the men became over time, caused savage harm to thousands of girls, so many that no one is yet sure of the number and may never be. For some were lost or killed, and the monsters drugged and bribed them. They made them sex slaves, branding the girls' flesh with their initials, ramming large implements into their tiny bodies to better accommodate four men. Holy shit. That's a rough fucking start, but very well written so far. Wow. It's dark shit, but it's true. So we have to talk about it, and we're going to, damn it. We're going to slog our way through this, even though I'm wearing contacts, and one of these contacts is trying to fly off my eyeball. I might have to go get my contact solution and give a little drip drip. This may be hard to comprehend, dear reader, but the people of that enlightened land, so enlightened, the religion of peace, guys, religion of peace, and the street shitters, just saying, did not protect their daughters. I'm sorry to say, they abandoned them to their fate. Oh, this is talking about Britain, the enlightened land. Police, whose duty it was to look after the most vulnerable, either arrested the girls, dismissed their pleas for help, or left them with their tormentors. This is stuff that actually has happened. For that famously kind and decent land had fallen under a strange enchantment, which was called multiculturalism. Whew, damn. She's a wordsmith. It's said that no matter how wicked or cruel the men were to the children, you must never speak of it. The dark spell, and what a powerful spell it was, enough to vanquish justice and compassion, caused any who dared to say that Pakistani Muslim men were targeting white girls to become the bad people. Because all cultures are equal, guys. You see, even ones that don't believe in equality, or which agree that girls who aren't virgins are whores and deserve to be punished. And those who struggled against the powerful spell that stifled their countrymen were called racists. And to be racist or bigoted or far right was to be far more hateful than any hatred inflicted on female children, or so the people of the good and fair country were told by their leaders. Man. If I missed stuff in the chat, my apologies. This is well written, and I'm getting into trying to convey this message as best I can. And when the monsters swore at the children whom they were raping, saying, "White slag, white cunt," I assume. Well, that wasn't at all racist, because multiculturalism and the BBC say it cannot be so. A few brave women, Julie Ann, Maggie, Sarah, who woke from the enchantment and warned young girls were in danger from British Pakistani men, were banished and forced to apologize for being reckless in my choice of words, or they lost their seat in the shadow cabinet. Wow. Oh, thank you, Crazy Duck Lady. In the evil, a vast, suppurating evil. I have never seen that word. And I'm going to do what I do. Pause. From the context, I can gather what that probably means, but I want to be sure. Undergo the formation of pus to fester. Gerund or present participle, suppurating. Undergo the, so fester, to fester, suppurate. Suppurate. All right, well, we learned a word today, guys. And the evil, a vast suppurating evil, such as the land had not known for 1,000 years, continued to blight that good and fair country. The authorities colluded to make sure the hatred must never speak its name, and the girls carried their lonely torment with them, and their rapists got access to the babies, and they had impregnated them with. Oh, yes, they did. So strong was the multicultural enchantment, it made people surrender the values they had been born to. Wow. And the monsters were not banished from the good and fair country. Not one of them sent back to their countries that were neither good nor fair, in case their human rights were breached. Then one day, the richest man in the whole wide world came along and broke the dark spell. Elon had read court transcripts telling what those monsters had done to the female children, and he could not believe such unfathomable depravity had taken root in the good and fair country. Because of his great wealth, Elon could not be intimidated into agreeing that thousands of white girls should have been used as a peace offering to placate the gods of multiculturalism. His righteous wrath shamed the cowardly leaders of the land, and, in their panic, they cried, "Misinformation!" But the people were having none of it, for they were awake now, and they saw what horrors the brutes had been allowed to get away with. As the wicked enchantment lifted, the malevolent myth of multiculturalism was unmasked. The country slowly but surely recovered its senses and demanded the guilty be found and punished, even unto the highest in the land. Ooh, she is eloquent as all get out, guys. Allison, we'll give her props again here in a minute, and I'm gonna put the links in the description after the show, so they will be present. And this is free, by the way. They took away the paywall for this. All I had to do was sign up to the Telegraph with my email. So I'm not, this is for everyone to share far and wide. As this is a fairy tale, I guess it would be nice to say that they all lived happily ever after. Yet, even after it was agreed all the monsters would be deported to great national rejoicing, there was a terrible stain on the good and fair country's history that would never quite be expunged. It stood shamed before the civilized world, and in the national memory, lodged forever, it seemed, were the anguished, tortured, frightened cries of those who were allowed to suffer and die, to avoid stirring up racial hatred. The girls, the girls, the girls. Shame and devastating sadness. Sir Keir Starmer has no idea what he's up against. Not this time. Since he entered Downing Street 6 intolerable months ago, the Prime Minister's ability to strike exactly the wrong note on any given occasion has never failed him. But his denunciation of Elon Musk for spreading lies and disinformation about Pakistani heritage Muslim child rape gangs is a whole orchestra of discordant deceit. Many Britons feel deeply grateful that the billionaire owner of X, formerly known as Twitter, was moved to intervene in this disgusting scandal, I suspect, and Musk has certainly provoked more soul-searching in 10 days than Westminster managed in 10 years. The Prime Minister's imputation that those who want a full-throated national inquiry into the evil gangs and the cowardly state apparatchiks who covered them up were simply seeking to jump on a bandwagon of the far right is obscene. Apparently, thousands of survivors who endured mass rape as children, 20 men awaiting their turn downstairs, one woman recalled, are far right for wanting answers and accountability. Is it far right, Prime Minister, to object to that your primary torturer was released early after a derisory sentence and now lurks menacingly outside your home? Man. That's what has happened to Liz, who still lives in Rotherham. Liz tells me she wants a collective inquiry to show the depth of what's happened and to go after those who failed us. Like other victims of Pakistani rape gangs, Liz is disgusted with the strange, soulless man who had the chance at his Monday press conference to speak for the whole nation. He could have expressed the shame and devastating sadness we feel that such bestial crimes should have been committed here, and for so long. Instead, Sir Keir spoke out of narrow party self-interest, only sounding vaguely passionate when addressing what really troubles him, Islamophobia. Because that's the most important thing, guys. That's the most important thing. We can't talk about a culture that is literally under the impression that girls must be used for only one thing. They see them as nothing but objects. They are an ends to a mean for those who are true adherers to the religion of peace, guys. Exactly as he did back in July after the massacre of children in Southport, berated by a crowd of locals whom he refused to speak to. After hastily laying a wreath, Starmer couldn't wait to dash to a mosque where he vowed to take every step possible to keep the Muslim community safe. That meant creating a new violent disorder unit to deal with all the far-right thugs, who for some reason objected to 3 little girls at a Taylor Swift dance class being slaughtered. Can't think why, can we? Man. Feet first, Sam Duty. Feet first for the wood chipper. This is, man. It's good that she wrote this. It's good that she wrote this. Thank you, Allison. People on social media who, in the heat of the moment, posted deeply unsavory inflammatory reactions or retweeted conspiracy theories were arrested and jailed with an alacrity and force that was entirely absent when it came to catching the foul fiends who committed some of the most despicable crimes imaginable. One police officer explained to a distraught father that his daughter being raped might actually teach her a lesson. Oh, wow. Wow. That would be an ending. I would have to end that person if you said that to me about my daughter. I would end you. 100%. Your neck would be broken. I don't even give a fuck. You don't say that shit to somebody's a father of a daughter. Nope. You're going to have to use that billy club. Yeah, that's all you got. You ain't got no guns over there, do you? Yeah, you'd learn a lesson real quick from me. The people of the UK need to rise up against this shit. Your country is literally being raped and pillaged. Real quick. To the people of the UK, and fuck you, Keir Starmer, and any other motherfucking British politician that wants to say that you're going to go after Americans for spreading free speech and saying that maybe your population needs to rise up against a fucking tyrannical government, anarcho-tyranny. That is what you are currently demonstrating. That is the practice of the UK government. Anarcho-tyranny. That needs to fucking stop. The people have to rise up and stop you. That's what needs to happen. Abso-fucking-lutely. A revolution must take place in the UK to keep this shit from happening. To stop the invasion. To stop the replacement. To stop the raping and pillaging of your little fucking girls. Fucking do something about it, because evidently they're not going to fucking stop. Voting doesn't fucking work. Doing it through the legal means doesn't fucking work. At some point, the UK has to fucking do something. This shit has to stop. You can't allow this. You can't have people coming into your fucking home for a goddamn tweet. Come after me, UK faggots. I'll fucking be ready for your bitch-ass motherfuckers. Ooh. Nope. No. Multiculturalism is a fucking cancer. It's a fucking cancer, and these countries God forbid homogeneity, God forbid a homogenous culture be present in a country, because what happens when you have a truly homogenous culture? And that doesn't mean race, guys. That doesn't mean race. That means culture. And homogenous culture ends up resulting in a country developing so succinctly with each other. And good things tend to happen. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Apparently, I was too spicy. Rumble, what are you doing? Shit. But no, a truly homogenous culture is what is needed for a country to truly succeed. It's what needs to happen. You need people to adapt when they do come to your country, and if they cannot assimilate, they need to go. This is very simple. Assimilate or get the fuck out. If you can't be part of the culture of the country that you have come to, you have no place in that country. And the country should not bend. The country's culture should not be watered down to accommodate your bullshit culture. Because you know what? You came to that country for a fucking reason, didn't you? Didn't you? So maybe this experiment that Keir Starmer talked about just about a month or two ago literally admitted that it hasn't been working, but now I guess he stepped out of line for a minute and the bad dog was smacked down, back on his bullshit. That was the great experiment, a nation built of many people around a common culture. It would be ideal. Multiculturalism is designed to destroy that. And that's the point. I think that's the fucking point, guys. I think that they do not want homogenous societies to develop to their pinnacle. And I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm a believer. I'm of the thought, I don't know for sure, but I have this thought that humanity has kind of come and gone in cycles. If the Earth is truly 4.5 billion years old, that is, it would make sense that humanity has advanced, or Earthlings, anyways, have advanced to a certain point, and then for some reason, whether it be natural or man-made, fell off and become primitive once more, and then advance, and then fall off. Maybe it kind of comes and goes in cycles. I don't know. I'm just a guy in Southeast Missouri speculating about things. But maybe that's why. Maybe that's the inspiration of these individuals to literally invade countries with people who want to destroy advanced civilizations. Because they're not coming from an advanced civilization, and they're not going to adapt. They're not. Now, if you can demonstrate that you can adapt and assimilate, then sure, come on in. But if you can't demonstrate that you'll adapt and assimilate to a positive culture, an advanced and more civil culture, then you don't need to fucking be here or there in the UK because of what's been going on. UK needs to be free. 46 years of anger, 22 of those were spent in prison. Oh, damn, man. That sucks. Everyone should have a gun. Yeah, I agree. Second Amendment should not be infringed. And if you've done your service to society, I don't think felons, depending on the felony, if it was violent, you were, doing stuff like that, then probably not. But I think once you've served your debts to society, yeah, I mean, honestly, the Second Amendment is absolute in my opinion. So, yep. Back to the article, guys. Rather a story. She's painting a picture, guys. She's painting a picture. Thank you, Allison, for making this free for people to chew on. Where were we at, guys? Where were we at? Oh, here we go. So the teacher lesson thing. In both cases, we see the same sly lefty liberal playbook. Minimize the rape/killing/trafficking of young girls. Call it grooming, and not what it is, raping children. Refuse to disclose the ethnic identity of the perpetrators to prevent racisms. Accuse anyone who mentions the religion or ethnicity of the perpetrators of bigotry and the dog whistle. Politics. Under pressure, admit that the perpetrators are quote-unquote Asians, to the understandable anger of Sikhs, Hindus, and Christians. Well, we need to look at some of the way that Hindus treat, I'm just saying, it's not just the Pakistanis. deflect attention from the sheer stomach-churning horror of the crimes and the wild, unappeasable sorrow of the victims, and switch the focus to the inappropriate language or harmful rhetoric of people who are prepared to call out the most depraved assaults and the most shocking cover-up in British history. Sir Keir genuinely seems more outraged about Elon Musk calling safeguarding Minister Jess Phillips a genocidal rape apologist for her refusal to authorize a national inquiry into the Oldham scandal. She insists the council can have its own inquiry than he is about the 12-year-old who was driven at night to a Yorkshire wood where she was forced to fellate to at least 10 men. More cars kept arriving as the word spread, before being left alone in the dark. A freaking 12-year-old. Holy shit. I'm going to have to play a happy video after this, guys. I'm going to have to play a happy video. What's next on the deck? We have an angry sun. You know what? We might just go with the angry sun. Burn it with fire. Cleanse it, damn it. Let's get some of those Class 10 solar flares directed specifically at certain individuals, maybe. Come on, sun. You can do it. Oh, damn. Well, that happens, Metal Mouth. Man. Scaphism, guys. Scaphism. It's a possible solution to this type of person. If a prime minister can't empathize just for a few seconds with the terror that that child experienced, then he shouldn't be leading the country. But Starmer was clearly far more at ease, saying he was very shocked and angered at the killing of George Floyd, a black American. Oh, look at that! A black American for whom he fell to one knee. As I have learnt since Essex police called on me over an alleged hate crime, British institutions, from Parliament to the police, are obsessed with protected characteristics enshrined in the Equality Act. In 2013, if you were a white working class kid in care in Cayley who was passed. Okay, in 2013, if you were a white working class kid in care in Cayley who was passed around from uncle to cousin to nephew, forget it. No characteristics worth protecting. Love. In fact, in the unlikely event that poor child had ever plucked up courage to go to the council or to the police, her complaint would have been viewed as unhelpful to the greater goal of anti-racism and diversity. Had the ethnic profiles been reversed, the child was black or Muslim, and the bastards who pimped her out white, you can bet we would never have heard the end of it. But the British establishment had something in common with the rapists. They saw the girls as white trash. Yep. Viewing everything through the prism of race is a disease of the elite liberal and bureaucratic class, not just here, but throughout a self-loathing Western world, which sees merit in every culture but its own. I detest self-flagellating whites or self-flagellating Westerners. No, we don't have anything to fucking apologize for. Our culture's fucking better. Get over it. We tend to do a lot better than y'all. Not sorry. You want to get on the fucking same program? Cool. Do it. Let's see it, though. In response, on X, to Musk and the rape gang scandal, the historian and Times columnist Sathnam Sanghera posted, of course, the vivid fear of innocent white women being violated by brown men was one of the great drivers of British imperial racism. Okay, then. Does Sanghera actually think thousands of brutalized white girls in up to 50 British towns and villages from Rochdale to Oxford made up their ordeals in order to cast racist aspersions on innocent brown men? He quickly deleted his tweet after it caused outrage, so maybe it was just fashionable posturing. But revealing for all that. Holding the opinion that non-white people are somehow always victims is a sign of social superiority, marking one out from ghastly fascist proles like Tommy Robinson, Whatever Robinson's manifold flaws, he inspires huge loyalty among his supporters because he has fought like a lion for girls from his social class. Girls who former Labor Home Secretary Jack Straw admitted were regarded as easy meat by some of his Pakistani constituents. Oh my goodness. We have somebody going to bed. Who was it? Metal Mouth, you going to bed? All right. Rest well, Metal Mouth. Thank you so much for participating in the chat and for watching this episode of the Dozer Den. Much appreciated. And thank you to Rolling Pony, your fiance, as well. Well wishes to her as well. Thanks to all the big-hearted being pensant apologists for child rapists, including labor politicians increasingly dependent on the Muslim vote. Our international reputation is in the gutter. In the U.S., the Free Press ran a major article this week headlined, "The Biggest Peacetime Crime and Cover-Up in British History. How did our society sink to these depths of depravity? It is clear that every tier of the system is implicated in the whitewash." Lucy Allen, who was the Conservative MP for Telford from 2015 to 24, explained to me how even those who do try to fight for the victims are thwarted and obstructed. After she'd met survivors in her Shropshire town, Allen started speaking out in Parliament. The pushback was intense. There was a coordinated official response by people in positions of power. Sean Davies, Telford Council leader, now the town's Labour MP, immediately published a letter to the Home Secretary stating that no inquiry into child sex exploitation, CSE, was necessary. He backed up his assertion with claims that we now know were false. Multiple senior men were asked to be co-signatories to his claims, and they all readily agreed. Maybe they're a little bit, maybe they have some guilty, some empathy, a little bit too much empathy for these individuals, huh? Maybe. Instead of trying to right heinous wrongs, Telford councillors set about discrediting the messengers. Lucy Allen was accused of lying, causing division, racism, being unbalanced, irrational, stupid, and motivated by a desire to help victims, but to score political points. This narrative was relentlessly pushed for as long as I campaigned on the issue. It had the intended effect of ensuring that the voice I sought to be for victims would not be heard. Most extraordinary was an unexpected visit the MP received from Anthony Bingham, the chief constable of West Mercia, and John Campion, the police and crime commissioner. The chief constable was disparaging about Rotherham MP Sarah Champion, suggesting she was exaggerating the grooming gang's issue, and was discredited, Lucy recalls. He said, "You wouldn't want to be known as a troublemaker like Sarah Champion. It will harm your reputation and career. Since when is it the role of a chief constable to warn a democratically elected MP not to campaign for her traumatized constituents?" Goodness gracious. Oh, okay, yeah, they'll take out that word, yeah. You have to add another to actually talk about. Rumble does have some restrictions on what they have in the chat because it does have to be Rumble the live chat has to be in the App Store, so it will take a comment away. So, yeah, there are some things you have to kind of work around, which there are ways to work around it. So, Yep, I agree. It's to get it to stay in the App Store, Trish. It's stupid. I don't like it. I would much rather them just say fuck the App Store at that point if they're, yeah. It's not 100% free speech, but it's one of the best ones we got. So, gotta use what we got there. Yep. Trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, we're good. Even Allen's conservative colleagues could be disapproving. The newly minted junior minister for safeguarding, Vicky Atkins, told me not to speak to the media on the subject as you do not understand the issues. I was summoned by conservative peer Baroness Warsi to explain myself. Oh, there we go. If you do have the ability and the means, guys, if you don't want to send a Rumble Rant or subscribe, there is always Venmo and Cash App. It's an option, if you so choose. Nobody ever has to, but if you're so inclined to donate to the Dozer Den, thank you very much, and I appreciate you. Love you a long time. All the time. Lucy Ellen came up against the oft-repeated refrain that as 90% of child abuse is committed by white men in domestic settings, why didn't she concern herself with... That's a reporting issue with that, as it was a more significant problem. She saw this as a blatant denial of the existence of groups of interrelated men of Pakistani heritage preying on young girls at school gates and takeaways, taxis, playgrounds. They did not want to know. They did not want to know. Victims were often blamed, she says, with one young girl being described by police as having been in contact with 53 different Asian males. As if it were by choice. There was a complete denial that these men were related to each other through cousin marriage and were engaged in a joint enterprise. Good God. Now that she has lost her seat, Allen is free to deliver her brutally honest verdict. The people in power believed that being honest about what had happened to the girls would fuel racial tensions. They pushed, and it's not racial, it's cultural. It is cultural. And when you have a bunch that are... Inbreeding's really fucking popular in certain populations. I'm just fucking saying. Certain cultures think that inbreeding is just fine. And that tends to devolve the individual and the culture even further. So, yeah. The Sandfolk version of Idiocracy. Yeah. Just saying. Just saying. Where are we at? So they pushed the narrative that hiding the problem was in the interest of the community, that looking the other way would cement social cohesion to protect society. That line, Lucy now knows for a fact, was pushed by Home Office officials. She has watched as junior ministers, both conservative and labor, have spun the same lines, almost word for word, clearly at the behest of civil servants. That denial strategy may once have been well-intentioned, a noble lie, but those who enforced it, from the House of Commons to the police stations to the BBC, became the enemies of justice, the willing accomplices of the devil. The social contract between the state and the individual is in tatters. They lied to us, and the public knows they lied. You know what we're going to do after this, guys? We're going to do the Massey Minute after this, the homestead of Thomas Massey. We're going to watch about 5 minutes of it just to kind of palate cleanse, and then maybe talk a little bit about the Sun. It's honestly a pretty brief story, so we can probably knock that out in a couple minutes. And then I've got my Area 51 type of thing, 17-minute clip there that we might go ahead and play too. But we are almost at 3 hours, and I'm a dirty rotten liar when I say that we're going to keep it to 2.5 hours. We usually go 3 to 4, but can't go too terribly long. Make sure I don't miss anything here in the chat. Jesus, C-dubs. Crazy Duck Lady, good night. Rest well. Thank you so much for hanging out here in the Dozer Den with all the Killdozers and Billdozer. Mwah. Rest well. Rest well. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What now? The government tells us there's no need for another national inquiry. Instead, they will implement the recommendations of the 2022 J Report on child sexual abuse. But CSA is not the same as Group Localized Child Sexual Exploitation, GLCSE, which describes the horrendous and coordinated abuse by primarily Pakistani heritage Muslim rape gangs in towns like Rotherham, Rochdale, and Oxford. Places the 2022 inquiry didn't even take into account. This is not about mainly white pedophiles, bad though they are. And it certainly can't be left, as Jess Phillips suggests, to councils like Oldham to investigate themselves, when many counselors are drawn from the same intensely tribal community as the offenders. The failed model of multiculturalism must be open to scrutiny. See how much we got left here. My goodness. Okay, we're almost done. This is the last section here. Let me get a drink. My voice is getting a little bit tired. A little bit tired. The failed model of multiculturalism must be open to scrutiny. We must do what the girls want. They went unheard for so long, and if they want a national inquiry into the British Pakistani child rape gangs, that's a mouthful. Call them what they are. No obfuscation, no denial, no soothing words. Then they must have it. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has rightly said that she will try to insert a clause pledging such an inquiry into the Children's Well-Being and Schools Bill on Wednesday. Let's see which MP is foolish enough not to support it. I don't think it passed. The failed model of multiculturalism must be opened up to scrutiny, and a furious public will be entitled to hear why, if it was such a brilliant idea, it could only be maintained via orchestrated deception by the media. The police and most of the political class, all of the rapists who hold dual nationality must be deported. Millions of us would vote for that, wouldn't we? Thanks to Elon Musk, the multiculturalism cloak of denial and deceit has been ripped off, and the left are suddenly revealed to have no clothes. On the Today program yesterday, Nick Robinson tried to demolish Robert Jenrick with talk of harmful rhetoric and accusations that Jenrick was seeking to limit immigration to the UK. Yeah, it should be limited at this point. Absolutely. From what he called alien cultures. Yes. So what? Insulting and betraying the interests of the white majority doesn't work anymore, Nick. The Shadow Justice Secretary stood his ground. In his calm, unrattled confidence, you detected that he knew now that he was talking for Britain and would not be afraid to do so. We have seen millions of people enter the UK in recent years, and some of them have backward, frankly, medieval attitudes to women. Yes. Yes, I will absolutely post it in the... I'm going to put it in the description and the comments. I'll actually do that here in a minute. Thank you for reminding me there, Trish. Sam Duty, second cousins don't count. Good God. Good God. You know, as the debate over Musk's interference rages and Labor sees the edifice of diversity politics crashing around their ears, and Starmer looks more inhuman by the day, it's easy to forget what this is about, why it matters so very much. Over the weekend, I made myself read the sentencing remarks of His Honor Judge Peter Rook after the trial of Akhtar Dagar, Anjem Dagar, Kamar Jamil Mohammed Karar, and Bassam Karar, Durga Jihad Muhammad. My God. In paragraph after paragraph, the judge outlines what those Pakistani heritage brutes did to their victims. Less like sexual abuse than this kind of atrocities you encounter only in wartime. Years of sheer torture, great brutality, robbed of their adolescence, torment, and distress. Apart from using her for your own sexual gratification, you coerced her into providing sex to vast numbers of strangers. Up to 4 or 5 men would be invited to addresses so they could have sex with her. Customers would become angry. Strangers would burn her with cigarettes, slapped. She said the men had a pack mentality, grabbing her by the ponytail and forcing her head down onto their member. Drink and drugs to make them more malleable. One inherited a hairbrush into her, and she suffers from self-loathing, nightmares, panic attacks, flashbacks, PTSD. Despite being the victim, she carries with her a great burden of shame and embarrassment. One of vaginal rape, one of oral rape, one of arranging child prostitution, willful blindness by the authorities, wicked plan to punish her for lying that she had her period. One of vaginal rape, one of oral rape, rape. It is not bearable to read about as an adult. So imagine what it must have felt like to live through it if you were 13 years old. My heart broke when it came to this part. Quote, her mother describes how by the time you had finished with her, there was not much left of her apart from her aggression. You took her soul. She felt as though it had been ripped out. We're so sorry that happened to you, sweet girl, whoever you are, and we will not rest until those responsible are brought to account, until you have compensation. We will not allow men who hate white women and girls to think we are lower than cattle, to breathe the same air as us. We owe you that much. Wow. Well, that was indeed powerful. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the comments section. Let me scroll back up to give credit to who it was again, because I've already forgotten her name. I'm horrible with names. That was a big one. That was Allison Pearson. ALLISON PEARSON. She is with the Telegraph. When you get this link, I'm going to put it in the comment section. When you when you click on it, you're going to have to enter your email. You're not going to have to pay anything. The paywall is gone. So this is free to read. She put this out there because it is important and it needs to happen. Like this needs to be in the public eye. And thanks to those of you who stuck with me through that. That was tough. That was tough. A lot of dark shits going on in those countries that are literally letting their children be raped and pillaged. Their culture destroyed because, well, you can't have a pride in your own nationality. You can't have a pride in your own nation's culture, can you? That's bigoted. We have to be open to everybody's culture, guys. Everybody's culture. No, you don't. You don't have to be open to this. You don't have to excuse this stuff. This stuff must be called out for what it is. It is savagery. Absolute savagery. Putting it in the comments. Allison Pearson piece from the Telegraph. It is in the comments section for you to review. What's up, Coffee Crew Mocha? Sorry if I missed anybody joining the show as I was reading through that. I felt like that deserved my attention. Pretty much, there was a few interruptions, so I do apologize for that. But I felt like it was necessary at the time to kind of step away for a moment and do a little bit of a rant or elaborate or talk a little bit on an issue. So hopefully you guys, hopefully I did okay with that. That's the longest I think I've read on this show so far. My voice got a little bit tired there towards the end, so my apologies. But there it is. Goodness gracious. And sorry if I missed any donations or anything important in the chat while I was reading through that. So I definitely wanted to give that as much attention as it needed. So Dirk gently says, this is the battle of good and evil for humanity. This hand is hostile to tyrants. This is my actual family crest motto. Nice. This hits me in my core, brother. Hell yeah. Putting that up. Well, thank you, Trish. I appreciate you. Don't forget to smash that thumbs up, guys. Smash the thumbs up. Caress it. Lean in really close. Tell it sweet nothings. Do a big, deep inhale. No, we don't want to be like Joe Biden. Don't do that. Just smash it. Smash it good. Let's see what the like ratio is looking like. 42. I see 42. That's not bad. It's not bad. Could be better. Could be better. But not bad. Thank you guys so much for your support tonight. Speaking of support, let's get another ad read out of the way. How about the next sponsor of this episode of the Dozer Den is 5G Free. Guys, seeing as we were talking about things that you cannot really talk about, I want to talk about the things people are afraid to say out loud. Who is in control of America's nukes? It's not Biden. Meanwhile, we have Russian ships off the coast of Florida and full-blown wars in Ukraine and Israel and Syria. The world is at its most unstable point since World War II, and with nuclear weapons, the stakes are 10 times higher. How do people like you and I stay safe? Well, every prepper needs to have RadioGuard Ace, the only FDA-approved drug to treat radioactive fallout. Only the feds had it until now. That's why Rumble partnered with 5G Free, the only company in the world that has a supply of RadioGuard Ace and the ability to prescribe it prophylactically. Get their radiation emergency kit, a REC, with RadioGuard Ace, potassium iodide, Zofran, and a Geiger counter. There's simply no other tool in your arsenal to protect against a radioactive threat. Go to 5gfree.com. That's 5-d-free.com. Code STUDIO, STUDIO, to save 15% and get your radiation kit now. There you go. Thank you guys for hanging with me through that ad read and for hanging with me through that article. Lemon Zinger! Thanks for joining. Much appreciated. All right. I did have a couple things kind of related to that. I think important to note concerning the UK stuff. From Slightly Offensive, Elijah Schaefer. Check this out. And this might make you understand why they're very sympathetic to these to the gangs. Former Labor MP who criticized Elon caught allegedly attempting to meet an underage boy. Oh my goodness. Not a good look for the Labor Party, who recently voted against a national inquiry into the Pakistani rape gangs. Now it appears that some of their own party have also allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with underage individuals, kids. That's what you're meaning to say, kids. But yeah, it's true, underage individuals. Where was another? I had another one. Here it is. Look at this, guys, from Elon Musk. Labor pedos, 50 of them. Want to bet there are a lot more? Of course there is. It will be endemic. That's a big list. That's a big list right there, guys. Brian Gate, Graham Pearson, Richard Harris, Ben Williams, Paul Diggert, Cyril something. Yeah, there's a lot. There's 52. Andrew Palmer, Liam Temple, Mark Neil Redrup, Gilbert Ben, Easton, Tudor Davies. Yeah, screenshot it and read through it, I guess, if you want. Oh my God. And it tells all the charges. The UK has a bit of a problem, but here's the thing. Let's look at our own Congress and talk about the fact that there's a slush fund that is used to settle the sex abuse allegations against our representatives as well. This is just a list that was publicized. Who's to say that our own elected representatives aren't also involved in such nefarious activities? Escapism. It's a solution. Yeah, Trick loves the kids, apparently. Trader Todd, you made that list and checked it twice. Huh. Okay. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. That is nuts, guys. That is nuts. Thanks to Elon for putting a spotlight on this. Thanks to Elon. Even if it was a diversion tactic to get away from the blowback that he was getting on the H-1B stuff. Even if it was changing the topic. But you know what? Honestly, good. This was the one that's more important. I mean, well, not more important, but it's very important regardless. So you have to pay the hookers for to pay for hookers and coke. That's what the fund is for. Maybe. Riddle me this, Batman. I have a saying: the more money you have, the more perverted you can afford to be. It's a sick truth. Fair. Ooh, currently we have 49 people watching and 47 likes. Good job. Good job. Excellent. Thank you so much for liking the stream, guys. That will help us grow here in the Dozer Den. Oh, Lemon Zinger, you have a wake-up call at 6 a.m. It's going to be rough, but glad I finally made it to a live stream. Hell yeah, Lemon Zinger. Glad to have you here on this episode of the Dozer Den. Lemon Zinger, we are going to be streaming Mondays, Thursdays, and now Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. Central. Saturday is going to be a more laid-back stream. The Dozer Den Decompress or the Dozer Den Reset, JJR suggested. Not sure which one I'm going to go with on that, but I do like that. I'm a very big fan of alliteration, though. So the Dozer Den Decompress might be what I call that show. We ended up doing 3 news stories and then did the Dozer Den DJ Hour. It ended up going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So I'm probably going to have to chill on the news stuff for the Saturday stream. The Saturday stream is going to be music video requests or things that you just find interesting and you want me to talk about, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. CW 4% battery. Good Lord. Plug it in, man. Plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in. But yeah, we are going to be doing probably going to try to keep it to 2.5, 3 hours on the Saturday stream. And if that means that we just cut the news down to maybe only one story, 1 or 2, maybe, if I can, stop rambling for the first hour or so. I squirrel, guys, I squirrel. But part of that is conversation, talking to you guys, and then setting the appetizers for the main course. That is the rest of the show. It's kind of how I do it. It's how I ease you in. I ease you in with a conversation. Then we just slam you with the news. Oh, yeah. 9:30 p.m. Central is when we start. We usually go for about 3 to 4 hours. So let me check and make sure I'm not getting any messages from the Lady Dozer. Let me check and make sure the X stream is still up because we've been talking about some spicy stuff. We certainly have. Hope it's still up. Ah, it is. And I thought I had pinned it to the top, but I guess I didn't. Pin. There we go. It's way behind, though. Or maybe I'm just way behind. Who knows? I did see that we got up to 3,096 followers at BillDozer74__. Follow me over there if you haven't already. Eventually, guys. Eventually, we are going to get monetized on X. It's going to happen. You just got to get 5 million views in 3 months. I've gotten to 3 million views. I had one reply. Ended up getting 400 and something thousand views. I'm not sure how that works, but hey, it is what it is. I'll take it. Oh, good Lord. Dirk, it's a 3 a.m. wake up for you on work days. Well, hopefully this is your morning and you're awake and you don't have to sleep for only an hour. If you're on the East Coast, the show starts between 10:15 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. It should be 10:30. Yeah, should be. Oh, well. Let's do the Massey Minute, guys. That was a heavy fucking topic. So let's do some chill, just the Massey Minute, the homestead. It is, well, technically it's not his birthday anymore, but 2 live crews. Oh, God. Trader Todd. Someone tried to do the peachy, Fuck the Pain Away was the name of the song. And I didn't remember what that song was like, but it started and I had to stop it because I'm just like, I'm pretty loose. I'm pretty loose, but that one was a little bit too spicy for me. Just a little bit too spicy. I told the guy, I was like, hey, if you have another request, send another Rumble rant, or, just tell me, because he had already sent a Rumble rant, I think. I was like, just tell me what else you would like, but let's get another one. That one was a little bit too much. Oh, man. If this was the only thing that I did, I would have gone all out. But I have other things to consider, y'all. Other things. Let me find. Oh, goodness. Where are we at here? Home. Gonna do our Massey Minute. Honestly, a little bit of a palate cleanser in itself. Let's watch some of his homestead. The Massey Farm. Literally just search on X Massey Farm and it's the first thing that comes up. So all right,
I'll go with any of those lakes.
We're at 10 minutes, I think, 10 or 11 minutes.
For a 1-week class in Tennessee with our group of people, Thomas get like
just been incredible.
Government. She said, okay, Mr. Massey, you've got 10 minutes now. The county from being zoned. So they nicknamed this group of people Thomas's angry mob. Ironically, they weren't angry and it wasn't a mob. They were informed and they were organized, and I was helping organize them. And that's when I realized you could be an activist and you could change government.
To those who disagree, who say that Massey doesn't have a populist flair, that sounded pretty freaking populist to me. So
it's 88 PSI. We have a pond that's 200 feet in elevation above the house. It's back here in the woods, and it's at the head of that holler about a third of a mile away.
You know, when I visited Monticello, I noticed that they had 10 roofs over everything, and they were trying to catch every drop of water that hit their roofs and then reuse it. But I also noticed the next hill over from Monticello was much taller than Monticello. Thomas Jefferson could have built a pond on top of that other hill and used gravity to feed it right there to Monticello, and he could have had all the water he wanted at a water pressure that would have just been incredible. But the problem was they didn't have plastic pipe.
I ran 2-inch pipe right here from that pond down to here, and you get like 0.4 PSI per foot of elevation. So I have 88 PSI of water, and there's almost 500,000 gallons of water in the pond. And as I use it, whenever it rains, it fills back up. So it'll last for maybe 500 years, you know, if you keep the trees off the dam.
Wow. The rooster approves.
Because without water, you can't have anything. Water is life. And so eventually I was persuaded by the people who were inspired by my letters to the editor.
Hold a head pressure.
And I ran for this position called County Judge Executive. You have to judge which roads need paved first, which wooden bridges need to be concrete bridges, which dogs need to be caught, and which dogs don't need to be caught because the dog catcher worked for me, who would operate the trash routes.
God, that's
These
gorgeous.
were things you had to judge. It's not government from 30,000 feet like it is in Washington, D.C. You're in the trenches with bayonets and pitchforks trying to settle these issues. I was inspired to go to other counties and talk to groups that had organized.
One of the messages that I try to get across to people who want to get involved in government is that you got to be involved at every level, and that even the water board or the sewer board or the school board has the power to take your property either through taxation or outright condemnation. And that's a very powerful thing. And so you need to either run for that office or be very concerned about who takes that position.
I was building a base that would ultimately persuade me to run for this congressional seat. And that's what happened. Is our congressman announced his retirement, and these people that I had gone to and spoke to, because they cared and I cared, they got me elected to Congress. And now I'm in Congress. So I tell people my life, my career started out in virtual reality. Then I came back to the farm, and now I'm back in virtual reality in Washington, D.C. Yeah, one of my sons now, he doesn't like working for me, so he went and got a paycheck. He got a job where he gets a paycheck, working construction. He's 17. And now he's got the little stub that's got withholding on it. So there's FICA and federal income tax and state income tax. So, you know, until then, I've been paying in cash.
He's a little salty.
So I asked him, what do you think now, son? And
he showed me his pay stub and he pointed to the federal withholding. He said, "I think I'm paying your salary now, Dad. You work for me." One of the things I regret.
All right, we'll stop that there. Gotta give just a little taste of that. That was a decent little palate cleanser, wasn't it, y'all? Let's get this shrink back down. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, that upstairs balcony is gorgeous. Happy birthday, late happy birthday, Thomas Massey, one of the few representatives that I actually trust to defend the Constitution for the most part. Yep, not gonna lie. It's true, I do. I guess we could go ahead and talk a little bit about the sun. Looks like there is a hole in the sun, a coronal hole in the sun that is could be a little bit concerning. Could be a little bit concerning, guys. Ooh, riddle me this, Batman. Good for you. That's a good landing to have. The sun is having some issues. Apparently, there is a hole a fourth the size of the sun itself. Kind of concerning. Now, does that necessarily mean that we need to panic? Nah, probably not. But here's kind of what an image of it looks like from Disclosed TV. Massive coronal hole spanning a fourth of the sun's circumference opens, enabling unusually fast solar winds to race towards Earth, according to NASA. That's kind of cool. Horrifying. That is how we live. That giant ball of gas and plasma. Giant nuclear fusion reactor. Seriously powerful. There's a crack in the sun, it looks like, guys. A crack in the sun. Let's see. So we've got a little bit of information, a little article here, I think. Or was it a video? No, article. This is actually from January 3rd. Oh, might want to stop and then reshare my screen, huh? We're going to do a little bit more reading, a little bit more. From January 3rd, 2025, by Daisy Dobrilovic. Supercharged auroras possible this weekend. This was back in, on the 3rd. This was a colossal hole even back then, and the sun spews solar wind towards Earth. Fast solar wind from a massive coronal hole in the sun could trigger dazzling auroral displays, as a geomagnetic activity is predicted to ramp up again over the weekend. So this could happen with this current one too. So there was a big one back then. This is going to be relevant. A massive coronal hole formed in the sun's atmosphere, unleashing a powerful stream of solar wind towards Earth. Nearby, a second, slightly smaller coronal hole is also directing solar wind our way. There's a great chance of strong northern lights, especially at high altitudes this weekend. Recent solar activity, so you get a chance to see more aurora borealis, even in areas where you might not normally see it. I got some cool pictures actually a while back, the last time we were having that going on. Unless you want to think that HARP might have something to do with it, I don't know. Geomagnetic storm watches of this level are not uncommon. It's not something to ignore. An uptick in geomagnetic activity produced stunning northern lights displays that reached deep into mid-latitudes over New Year's. Aurora chasers at high latitudes may be in for another spectacular treat. Let's see. I don't know if this is worth watching or not. You can check NOAA's SWPC 3-day forecast for the current hole in the sun. Let's see, that's an example of one. They appear as dark areas in the sun's corona, the outer atmosphere, when viewed in extreme ultraviolet, EUV, and soft X-ray imagery. According to NOAA, these holes appear dark because they are cooler than the surrounding material. Coronal holes allow solar wind to escape from the sun more readily, resulting in streams of relatively fast solar wind when directed at Earth. These solar wind streams can interact with our planet's magnetic field and trigger geomagnetic storm conditions. It affects your signal, so your Wi-Fi, your data, or your cellular data might be affected. You know, the supercomputers we have in our pockets, right? Right. Looks like a bowling ball. Yeah, something like it. So almost looks like an emoji. No, right? Though G1 conditions are predicted for the weekend, remember, space weather, much like Earth's weather, is unpredictable and difficult to forecast. Even though geomagnetic storm warnings at this level are not uncommon, they can occasionally amount to nothing. To stay up to date, updated on space weather and know the best times and places to catch auroras, consider using a space weather app tailored to your location. On the app, one app I recommend, this author, is My Aurora Forecast and Alerts, available on both iOS and Android. Another great tool is Space Weather Live on iOS and Android, which offers more in-depth insights into current space weather conditions and their potential for aurora activity. You know what? Let's get some solar storms directed right at the UK. Right at the UK, Lord. Let's just cleanse with fire. It's not going to be like that. But it would be kind of nice. There that one was. Then I had some stuff here. Let me find it. I don't want to play a 5-minute clip because we have our 17-minute clip, which we might not be able to play all of. I don't know yet. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah. Lady Dozer's going to be kind of mad at me probably. She's probably already asleep. So I might just have to wake up early with the kids. Who knows? Let's see. It has nothing to do with their high-frequency test facilities. Nothing at all. No, nothing at all, Sanglant. Nothing. Nothing at all with HARP. Could not be. Riddle me this, Batman. Riddle me this, Batman. I was just going to say, is that going to set up an aurora during the day and on Inauguration Day? Huh? I don't know necessarily if you could see the aurora during the day, though. And with the aurora, the last time it came around here in the middle of the country, you could kind of see a faint hint of it with the naked eye, but it was only visible really on your phone or on your camera. So I don't know if that's how it always is. I was under the impression that the aurora was something you could see with the naked eye. Maybe it just wasn't visible enough. I don't know. It looked I had some interesting pinkish kind of, wavy kind of looks going on there. Here we get this is probably from Grok. Let's do a look at this, give it a little bit more of a explanation of the coronal holes. So what are coronal holes? Definition: they are holes coronal holes are regions in the sun's corona, the outer atmosphere, where the magnetic field is open and the plasma is cooler and less dense. The appearance: they appear as dark regions in ultraviolet and X-ray images of the sun. Temperature: it's cooler, 1 to 2 million degrees Celsius. Chilly, man. That sun needs a jacket, which is cooler than the surrounding corona. Magnetic field: the magnetic field in the coronal hole is open, allowing charged particles to escape into space. Solar wind: coronal holes are the source of the fast solar wind, a stream of charged particles that flows away from the sun. Effects of space weather on space weather. Space weather impact: these holes can impact space weather by releasing high-speed solar winds that can interact with Earth's magnetic field. Geomagnetic storms: the interaction between the solar wind and the Earth's magnetic field can cause geomagnetic storms, which can disrupt communication and navigation systems. Let's see. The Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, SOHO, mission has been monitoring coronal holes since 1995. The Solar Dynamics Observatory and Hinode missions have provided high-resolution images of coronal holes. Research importance: studying these holes helps scientists understand the sun's magnetic field, solar wind, and space weather. Space weather! Unlike normal weather, it's space! It's like the weather, but in space. Let's see. So yeah, there you go. The sun is angry. The sun is angry. There's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole up in the sun. Well, in the corona, anyways. Let's see. Riddle me this, Batman. This is my day off, not even watching the clock. All right then. All right then. So we've covered a lot today. The last thing that I kind of wanted to cover, we did our Massey Minute already. That was a palate cleanser in itself, and we had a little bit of breaks here and there. We covered Newsum being all scummy. We covered the illegal with blowtorches and the possible issue with HR 38. Thanks to Riddle Me This Batman for sharing in the comments. You guys can read through that if you want. And I'm going to have to do a little bit more research into that one. And then we talked about the UK rape gangs, read through that excellent piece. Well, it wasn't excellent to read, but it was excellently written by Alison Pearson with the Telegraph. That link is in the comments. Definitely worth checking out. If you do want to read through that in depth, you will have to provide your email and create an account or whatever, but it's not going to charge you anything. It is past the paywall, so she wants to get that out to as many people as possible. So that's what that's about. And then we talked about the sun being angry. There's a hole in the sun, and it's doing things. We might see some cool stuff in the sky from it. Hopefully that's all we get. Hopefully we don't get any like class 10 solar flare type of activity from that. But being as this is the 51st episode. Okay. You want to go to bed? Yeah. Okay. You can turn the light off. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It is 1 o'clock. My bad. I got the divider up though. Yeah. It tends to work. It's working. But all right, so yeah, the light will get a little bit dimmer here in a minute, but we are going to play this little 17-minute video. It is being edited as it is the 51st episode of the Dozer Den. I figured something with a little bit of a Area 51 theme would be kind of a nice addition. So this is the extra. This is the plus. What's up, Rachel Boone? You are late. You are super late. It's 3 hours and 35 minutes into the stream. But you know what, though? You know what? It is better late than never. Thank you so much for joining. And to CW, thank you so much for your gifted subs to your fellow chatters. I think you've done like 4 or 5. I can't remember how many you've done, man. But thank you so much for your generosity. I sincerely appreciate you, man. Definitely welcome. Lemon Zinger, you're out. I'm beat. See you next stream somewhere on the net. All right. Oh, it got dark. Got dark, guys. Dark Dozer has arrived. Exactly. All right. Let's that's right. Chris Cornell might be right. Black hole sun, won't you come wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? It's a damn good song. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. You got me going there. You got me going. JJR, I can't let that one go without singing with it. Had to happen. I don't apologize. It is what it is. It be what it be. Said that was from CW. Sorry I missed it. Thanks, sir. I thought it was from no. Yeah, Riddle Me This Batman. CW has been freaking just showering the chat with gifted subs. Chadley, sir. Rachel Boone, you have kids, they don't like sleep. Oh, I get it. Thankfully, I don't want to jinx. I'm just going to stop that comment right there. I'm not even going to finish that thought. If you're a parent, you know exactly what I was about to say, and I should not say it. Knock it on the wood. All right, so let's go ahead, guys, and real quick, I'm going to check and see, do a little refresh, see how we're doing on the like button. Although I don't think we can pull much more out. I think we've tried to get water out of this rock. I think it's supposed to be blood out of the rock. 42. That's probably where it's going to stay. That's okay. There'll be more as it comes, I suppose. But let's watch this thing here. JJR, you were singing it at work. Hell yeah. Rachel Boone, your son lived Chris Cornell and Kurt Cobain. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. So let's go ahead and pull this clip up. This is from actually the People's Voice, and I thought I was following them already on Rumble, but apparently not. So Guys, if you are new to the channel, first of all, welcome to the Dozer Den. Glad you've chosen to take time out of your evening or afternoon or morning or day, whatever time it is when you're watching, to watch a little old me. Usually do a show that runs about 3 to 4 hours, Monday, Thursday, and now Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. Central. Saturday is going to be a bit of a decompressed stream. So some might call it the Dozer Den Decompress. Some might call it the Dozer Den Reset or the Dozer Reset. Not sure what I want to call it yet. Might kind of flip back and forth. Who knows? Who knows? But that's going to be a little bit more laid back, a little bit more chill to kind of decompress from the week. We're going to be just music video requests. Best way to make sure that I'm going to be able to see your music video request is with a Rumble rant, just to be honest with you, because sometimes that chat gets to popping. And guys, that Saturday stream, we had I think we had up to 85 people watching at one time. So that was something. That was something. It was really cool to see. It was a hell of a first time doing a Saturday stream. So glad to see the support. If you're not able to donate monetarily to the Dozer Den, that is perfectly fine. I just appreciate you watching, sharing the stream out, commenting in the comment section, reposting if that is an option available to you. Oh, Miss Luck, thank you so much for joining. She says, good morning. Good to see you, Miss Luck. Don't think I've actually seen you in the chat before. So welcome. If you have not created a Rumble account yet, what are you waiting for? It takes merely like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys, to show your support for a mostly free speech platform. As we saw earlier, the chat will censor a little bit. It has to kind of do that because it's in the the App Store and all that. But Trader Todd, word up. This whole conversation was an attempt to save Newsum's here, right? Interesting. Okay, Trader Todd, you might be back. That might be popping up from earlier in the stream. Maybe. Oh, you're in Scotland. Well, I could just make you mad and do an Irish accent. Top of the morning to you. I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling. I know that's not the accent, and I know that was Ireland, not Scotland. The Blunt Scotsman is a channel on Rumble that y'all should check out. I love watching. Well, I haven't actually gotten a chance to watch his stuff very often, but I like it when he's on with Cool Frog. Has some really good perspectives on the world. So. Killdozer upgrades, Freedom Treads, Woke Bumper Guards, Globalist Sun Visor, Rhino Push Bar. I'm getting tired, I think. Good deal. Well, thanks for joining us from Scotland, Miss Luck. If you haven't followed the channel yet, go ahead and give it a follow. I think you might have already done so. To those who, like I said, if you haven't created a Rumble account yet, to those watching after the live, because we do have quite a few people who watch after the live stream, thank you so much for watching, even though you're not in with the Killdozers, you are still a valuable member of the Dozer Den and an appreciated Killdozer. So thank you so much for watching. I hope to continue to earn your viewership, by the way. I don't want necessarily just followers to have followers. I want to have people that feel like they are part of something here and are engaging in infotainment. Miss Luck says, and I can speak Danish to you in a happy voice, and you wouldn't if I talk about killing. And you wouldn't if I talk about killing you. I tease. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. Since it is the 51st episode of the Dozer Den, I figured something Area 51-ish might be appropriate. We have from the People's Voice over on Rumble. My, we're streaming on Rumble and we're playing a Rumble video. Quite appropriate. Area 51 Insider. Fake alien invasion will usher in one world government in 2025. Well, not if I have anything to say about it. Let's see what they have to say.
If the very stories we've been told about UFOs, aliens, and extraterrestrial contact are nothing more than a carefully orchestrated smokescreen. A smokescreen designed by the global elite to manipulate, control, and ultimately subjugate humanity. Mainstream media, as we know, takes orders from the powers that be. So when there's a dramatic shift in the narrative surrounding UFOs and extraterrestrials, it's not just a coincidence, it's a strategy. But why has the media suddenly ramped up the alien agenda? What are they really preparing us for? According to insiders with direct access to the inner workings of the global power structure, it seems the conspiracy theorists were right all along. The elites aren't just preparing for disclosure, they're masterminding a global deception even bigger than what we saw with COVID. This isn't a simple cover-up. It's a false flag operation on a scale that could shift the balance of power and push humanity into total global enslavement. And it's all playing out as we speak before our eyes. Before we dive in, join the People's Voice Locals community if you haven't already, and sign up to become a member of the world's first ever cyber nation that truly believes in life, liberty, and the pursuit of your dreams. Visit joson.com and click the Join Us button today. It's completely free. As strange drones and glowing orbs continue to appear in the US skies, defying the laws of physics and hypnotizing the masses, it's crucial to remember one thing. We can't trust anything we're being told by the mainstream media or the federal government. The global elites engineered a crisis with the COVID pandemic to undermine national sovereignty and frighten the masses into submission. And tragically, they came close to succeeding. But for anyone paying attention to the unsettling rhetoric from Davos, it's clear. The global elites are not finished with us yet. It seems COVID was just a warm-up, a dress rehearsal. Now, they have even bigger plans in the works. And one of the most shocking involves disclosure. After decades of dismissing anybody who dared to question UFOs as a conspiracy nut, the mainstream media are now doing a complete 180, falling over themselves to push the narrative favored by the global elite. Despite the legacy media's sudden 180, rational people have always known that UFOs and aliens do exist. The prophet Ezekiel wrote about it in the first chapter when he discussed wills in the sky. It's not just the Bible. Every culture on Earth has catalogued sightings and built mythology around unidentified craft. And in more recent times, former US intelligence official David Grush confirmed under oath that aliens exist. The US government is fully aware of this because they are in possession of crashed UFOs and non-human bodies.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
So what the hell were they is my question. Non-human. Okay. Like, again, guys, if we think about humanity may have come and gone and advanced, or earthlings, civilizations on Earth may have advanced and then dropped off. Maybe it was something that wasn't quite what we know as human, but may have still been terrestrial. Maybe other terrestrial instead of extraterrestrial.
Mainstream networks are hard at work engaging in social conditioning, subtly preparing the public for the global elite's next grand deception, as former CIA officer John Ramirez explains.
Rachel says they can take me, so they can take me, LOL. I need somewhere quiet for a while. Sanglance talking about the tall whites.
And I would say I've heard 2027 in a kind of an official capacity I can't reveal. So I think I would say that people in the government are aware of something happening and that there's limited time, a few more years to prepare the people. And that's what's ramping up this acceleration from the previous 7 decades of not even acknowledging it to now we are acknowledging it at a faster and faster pace.
Former intelligence official Lou Elizondo concurs with Ramirez and says that disclosure is being rushed because a major event is about to happen, which he can't mention to anybody.
This one's from Bodie Fuller 9783. Lou, we keep hearing rumours about a quote-unquote major event that could be the reason for the disclosure timeline that is now in place. Does this event have anything to do with this asteroid Apophis scheduled very narrowly to miss our planet in 2027?
Negative. It has nothing to do with the asteroid Apophis and its approach to Earth. It has to do with something else potentially, which I'm not prepared to go into conversation with.
Understood, and I know naturally a lot of people would be curious on that note. Is there anything you'd want to expand on that when it comes to 2027?
I'm gonna not 2027, but I'm gonna. There have been some other dates proposed, but I'm gonna let the experts noodle on that and figure that out. It's certainly too premature for me to say anything one way or the other, because we simply don't have enough data.
The alien hysteria and media frenzy couldn't be more perfectly timed, aligning with warnings from multiple whistleblowers from the CIA.
What's so interesting about us humans? Well, if you believe in a harvest type of scenario, maybe humanity has to be ripened to a level of chaos and depravity and degeneracy in order to be ready for harvest. That's a theory. But I'm more inclined to believe that we're looking, with these craft. I mean, I think there probably are. Obviously, I think the universe being as vast as it is, I think there definitely are other civilizations that we'll probably never interact with. But I think a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in the skies is just craft we don't know about yet. And even if there are some biologics that have been present in some of their crash recoveries, I don't necessarily believe that we're looking at an invasion. But I could see our government lying about it and trying to fool us into an invasion in order to foster a new world order, one world government. And that's kind of, I think, what they're about to dive into.
CIA and Area 51. For decades, they've been counting down the years and alerting humanity that 2024 is the beginning of the pivotal years when the elite play their ultimate ace card, disclosure.
I had the opportunity over the years to interview, again, people who have worked at the test site at Groom Lake. One gentleman spent 12 of his 30 years in black programs at Groom Lake. When I asked him, I said, first of all, do you believe in UFOs? And he looked at me with a straight face in one-on-one. He said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, can you expand upon that? And he said, no, I can't. About a year later, we were talking about, again, activities at Groom Lake. And I asked him, I said, can you really tell me what's happening out there? And he said, well, there's a lot of things that are going on there that I won't be able to tell you until the year 2025. But we have things in the Nevada desert that would make George Lucas envious.
Whistleblowers are sounding the alarm.
There we go. That right there. I'm of the opinion that we are usually the stuff that we see that the government allows us to see, that even like private developers are allowed to show us. I'm pretty sure from what I gather, we are probably 30 years past what we are allowed to see and know about. So what we may think is groundbreaking is technically outdated tech.
What we're witnessing in 2024, from the Miami Mall UFO incident in January to the glowing orbs now lighting up our night skies, is no coincidence. This is part of a global event that could alter the course of humanity forever. The world is currently being conditioned to witness what appears to be a massive alien invasion. Thousands of holographic alien warships projected into the skies, hiding real military craft capable of causing actual destruction. Why would they do this? The truth is darker than most can imagine. Stay tuned. We'll reveal the details, including expert testimony, right after this word from our sponsor. Today's sponsor is pillsforever.com. If you think Big Pharma anywhere, help with cancer.
Of small cell lung cancer. Listen. To dog medicine, specifically fembendazole.
My insurance company spent $1.2 million on me with traditional means before I switched to a $5 a week medicine that actually saved me.
Get 15% off using coupon code People's Voice at the checkout. Please click the link below this video or call 256-664-4170 to take advantage of this fantastic offer. The elites are constantly devising new ways to unleash chaos on humanity, clinging to their control while advancing their agenda of total domination. For years, they've plotted to use UFOs as the ultimate tool to achieve their most ambitious and sinister.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing: Area 51, there's multiple bases, and there's like deep underground military bases, DUMBs, D-U-M-B, deep underground military bases, where they do all kinds of stuff that we have no clue what they're doing. Area 51 is honestly a smokescreen, although they are doing stuff there. That's a shiny object over here. Look at what we were doing here to even divert from some of the more salacious things that they're doing on the side. But it's still important.
That's the goals. Insiders reveal this is their ace in the hole, the ultimate move designed to throw the world into chaos and hysteria, forcing humanity to unite under their control in the face of manufactured turmoil. The chaos will pave the way for the ultimate formation of a one-world government, seamlessly accepted by a terrified and desperate
Not much
population.
slant.
This government will mark the rise of the New World Order, ushering in a grim future of enslavement and accelerated depopulation. US military veteran Tom Keating delves into former CIA agent John Spence's explosive memoir, uncovering...
Rachel Boone, you talking about the anime run? There for a minute, people were organizing a storming of Area 51, and it was going to be an anime run at Area 51, but they got told they pretty much were going to be arrested or shot, so they stopped. Oh, yay. Fellow
Covering
geeks.
chilling details about the elite's ultimate psychological operation.
My name is Joseph Spencer. From May 1970 to October 1997, I served the United States government as a top secret operative, but not in a category that is commonly known or understood. I was known as a man in black. Following 7 years acting as a counterintelligence agent for the CIA, I was recruited for a new assignment that entailed working within above top secret operations. I was aware of the black budget projects, but never knew the context of them due to their high level of secrecy. Even the president was denied access to their inner workings. Annually, billions of dollars are poured into black projects, which operate without any supervision or intrusion. They have full autonomy. Now the grand finale. This is some scary shit. In March 1997, an event known as the Phoenix Lights became the most infamous UFO sighting in history. A mile-wide vessel, clearly not man-made, flew slowly and silently over the state of Arizona and was witnessed by 10,000 people, including the governor of Arizona. To date, there has been no reasonable explanation. But for every witness interviewed...
Yeah, Rachel, I'm definitely praying for your sister then. And why couldn't it hurt to try something that might be a little bit outside the norm? Fenbendazole, ivermectin. I know somebody that's going through pretty serious cancer stuff too, and it's like it's a like you don't want to step outside like of the. You don't want to overstep and try to like, and also like you don't want to provide false hope. But here's the thought also, like, well, what if this could help? Like, what if just throwing it out there to somebody, like one of the family members, what if it could help? But like, also, it's like, it's a delicate balance. It's like, if it was my direct family member, yeah, I'd be screaming it from the rooftops. Let's try this. Why are you poisoning yourself with the chemo? Because I mean, it literally does poison you. It poisons you and the cancerous cells. But definitely, hopefully she will maybe at least entertain it. But if I don't know what severity the cancer is, but praying for her. That sucks. Screw cancer and all the things that cause it.
The craft was as real as anything they'd ever seen. Their lives were transformed. They now believe that we truly are not alone. However, there is another truth, for I know what they really saw. 1986, while stationed at an underground installation near Boulder, Colorado.
One of the dumbs.
I was introduced to Project Skybeam by Lieutenant General Andrew Garris. I was then led down a corridor and into a large hangar where a stealth bomber hovered only 20 feet above me. I stood there confused. Then Garris looked over at me and smiled, then asked if I was certain of what I was seeing. I replied, of course. What else could it be? I was then shocked to find out that this wasn't a real craft. It was a projected hologram. Since the early 1950s, scientists have been developing holographic technology, and over the years improved it to a state that we can only imagine. As I stood there staring at the bomber,
they're gonna put a freaking giant flying saucer over the White House in a hologram just to get people scared on the inauguration day. I wouldn't doubt it.
Looked so absolutely real and solid that I could reach up and touch it. I contemplated the possibilities. What if this projection was 1,000 feet up in the sky? How would anyone know that that was an illusion? The Phoenix Lights craft, witnessed by 10,000 people, was the first grand-scale skybeam test upon the public. It succeeded beyond expectations. In October 1938, Orson Welles unleashed his War of the Worlds radio broadcast to the American public. It was so realistically portrayed, vast portions of the population went into panic. Terrified citizens scrambled to evacuate their cities in droves. America had been easily tricked by very simple means. To amplify this response, those who are truly in power of not only our country, but all the countries on the planet, and who are the true purveyors of the depopulation process, have formulated the final stage of their sinister plan.
Guys, don't forget to follow the People's Voice on Rumble. Give them a follow and check out their content.
In the year 2024, a global event will alter the course of mankind's future. The world will stand witness to a massive alien invasion. Thousands of projected holographic alien warships will blanket the skies, sending people into a global panic. Real military crafts within the holograms will inflict actual damage to the surrounding areas to sell the gimmick.
So, saying that there's going to be real high-tech military craft within the hologram. So the hologram is going to be like a disguise, like a costume. Huh. It kind of, I mean, if that's legit, I mean, some of those videos where it looks like the stuff's changing shape and stuff, maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
As a result of the ensuing human chaos,
There's a lot of food for thought on this one.
A one world government will immediately form without any resistance from the people. They will be the new world order. Once this happens, we as a people will be doomed to enslavement and accelerated depopulation. With that said, the only hope for human salvation is to acquire and spread the knowledge of these activities and agendas. Resist, retaliate.
That's cool that you got to see one, Rachel. You got a video of a triangle-shaped craft, silent but definitely military. Oh yeah, I'm thinking a lot of these things are military craft we just don't know about. I've told the story before. A few months ago, I saw three kind of almost incandescent-looking lights in triangle formation, fading in and out of intensity, and then increasing and decreasing in intensity, and then like rotating and flying around, like still in a triangle, kind of playing over the tree line and then up into the low clouds. Watched them for about 15 minutes or so. It was really interesting stuff. It's technically a UFO because I don't know what the hell it was. I don't know why someone would have drones out in southeast Missouri at 2 a.m., but in a triangle formation doing that.
Conquer this imposing enemy. The time is now, as humanity is rapidly approaching its final days.
The global elite like to tell us about their plans in advance. It's called revelation of the method. And the notorious globalist Henry Kissinger let the cat out of the bag about Project Bluebeam as far back as the 1970s. Kissinger, who was Klaus Schwab's mentor, explained in clear terms how the globalists will convince Americans to accept the New World Order. He wrote, "Today, Americans will be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they'll be grateful. This is especially true."
We'll be wrapping up after this. This was the bonus kind of thing since it was the 51st episode. So figure Area 51 theme type of thing here. And then we will be raiding somebody.
If they were told there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence, it is then that all the peoples of the world will pledge with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. Werner von Braun, the German and US aerospace engineer who worked on
AWR.
Operation Paperclip, confessed on his deathbed in 1977 that the global elite were planning to use terrorists and pandemics as false flags to manipulate and control the masses. This insider information from the deep state takes on even more significance when you consider what von Braun said would be the last piece of the elite's puzzle, a fake alien invasion. There's no doubt that the global elite have the technology to pull off this deception. In fact, we know the US government once considered using holograms during the Iraq War. Air Force planners searching for a bloodless way to overthrow Saddam Hussein proposed creating a massive hologram that would appear to be Allah urging Iraqis to rise up against him. Although the plan was never carried out, the fact that it was even considered at such a high level shows that this technology has been available for years. Microchips, holograms, electromagnetic waves for telepathic communication. It's eerie how everything Monast warned about in 1994 is now unfolding right before our eyes. Let's take a step back. What have you learned over the past few years? You've seen that governments lie, media deceives, and corporations manipulate. The CIA controls the narrative, and behind them, the shadowy figures of the Committee of 300, an elite group whose agenda has always been about control, power, and reducing the globalist population. Now ask yourself, why are the same entities, the media, the government, and even companies...
See, we rated Cool Frog the other night, Saturday, so I might do Average Joe Patriot 1776 since we did Cool Frog on Saturday.
like Disney and Netflix that downplayed films like The Sound of Freedom, now pushing the alien narrative so hard. This isn't about disclosure, it's about distraction. The ultimate goal? The 2030 Agenda, a coordinated effort to control humanity and shrink the population. The truth is our greatest weapon against this evil. Stay vigilant, question everything, and remember, this isn't just about aliens, it's about control. Here at The People's Voice, we're determined to continue exposing the elites, but we need your help. Subscribe to the channel and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our amazing team and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. I hope to see you there. Today's video is brought to you by IPv6ers. Are you a
All right. Well, I'm kind of curious though. What's
content creator who wants to publish information online?
Nah. Bad freeze frame. That was very interesting. I thought that was pretty interesting. That CIA guy said he was a man in black. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So, all right. So let's pull up Average Joe Patriot real quick here. Where you at? Well, I'm not seeing it. Huh. I wonder why it's not popping up right there. It should be up in my... Oh, I'll refresh. That's what I need to do. Refresh. There's Average Joe Patriot. Let's send a raid over his way. Oh. Then we'll go back over here. And might talk for a minute just to make sure it takes before we actually click send. Apparently that works. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. We did 4 hours tonight, a little bit longer than usual. So I'm gonna probably next stream keep it to about right at 3. We're gonna cut it off at 3 next stream. So it'll be 12:30 Central. It will be cutting it off. If you're new to the Dozer Den, welcome. Glad you have chosen to join us. If you haven't followed this channel yet, we are at 555 followers. Thank you to our new followers. Actually, let me see real quick. I think we had some new ones here. I see CW has been in the chat. Riddle Me This was 2 hours ago. Riddle Me This, Batman followed. Then I saw that Skunk71 started following earlier as well. Thank you so much, Skunk71. Thought you were already following, Skunk. Must have been mad because I didn't follow you back on X. All good. And I see CW was commenting. Appreciate you guys mixing it up in the comment section. Gonna pop copper on your power meter. Tired of the prices. Heard that works. Huh. Interesting thought. All right, let's see if this raid will work right now. Aha! You just wait a few minutes. You wait a minute and then click it. The raid is there. It is going over to Average Joe Patriot 1776. Guys, thank you so much for being a part of this episode of the Dozer Den. Thank you so much for being a supporter in any way that you are able to do so. Very much appreciated. Thank you, C-Dubs, to all the subs. And I think, gosh dang it, who else did a Entropy Nomad did a gifted sub as well. Thank you so much for the donations. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of the Dozer Den. I will be back on Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Central. Thank you guys so much for watching. Y'all have a good one.